Okay, so the plan for today. Standard has recently been taken over a lot by Grixis, and although I've had thoughts about that being kind of weird in the past, the important thing for the time being is that means there is a lot less Esper with flying threats, and there is a lot less Esper playing Destroy Evil's main deck. Because Destroy Evil was always kind of Esper's way to fight mirror matches more than anything else. And because that was capable of hitting Restoration of Eiganjo, Hallowed Haunting, Jukai, everything in this deck, more or less, that was kind of a problem for it that I never really super figured out a great way to beat. But that's no longer necessarily as much the case in the metagame. So Esper was, or not Esper, Green-White Enchantments was always really, really, really good at beating the Invoke Despair aggressive decks. Slightly worse at handling Shieldred, but still kind of favored against them if they were doing stuff on the ground and trying to play long-term grindy game plans. And specifically not as good if they played against an opponent who was on the play and had turn 3 Fable. Because very, very, very few of the cards here line up super well at dealing with a Fable of the Mirrorbreaker token in a timely manner before it gets multiple treasures worth of value. So, what I want to do is take this old shell, and now that Grixis is most of the metagame, or at least the majority of the metagame, tweak it to be very, very good against Grixis specifically as much as possible. And I've spent a while trying to think of what would be the best way to do that, specifically with regards to how do you handle Fable of the Mirrorbreaker on the draw, where your teachings of the Kirin and your Azusa's Many Journeys aren't necessarily going to be fast enough at flipping, and your Wedding Announcement and Restoration of Eiganjo don't do anything meaningful to deal with the 2-2 in time to deny them a big tempo advantage. And the answer I came to, that I don't love, but I have begun to make peace with, is 1. We need to be less about playing things that get 1-for-1 by removal spells, especially on turn 2, where Grixis is probably going to be keeping all of its mana up to do removal stuff. Jukai Naturalist is a card that is not the 2-drop I want to play against Grixis. It's 2-drop I want to have against Grixis, but not necessarily play on turn 2. But Katilda, I do not think is necessarily well-positioned against Grixis, so that we're going to cut. And the removal spell that I have made my peace with playing is... Now, I can remember the name of this. What is it? It's not Cycling. Channel? I think channel is the keyword that it has. Diddly-diddly-doo. Touch the Spirit Realm. So the reason for this is that I think this does the best job of being a removal spell that effectively answers the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker token, because it does so for 2 mana, at instant speed. So if you're on the draw, holding up 2 mana and passing is a clean answer to their turn 3 Fable. Not really clean, not really an answer, because they still get the rest of the value from Fable, but denies them the acceleration that is the largest part of the problem with Fable of the Mirrorbreaker for this deck specifically. And in addition, it does do enchantment stuff, so it's somewhat synergized with Rite of Harmony, and is actually a removal spell for Shieldred, which is very important post-board. So, decided I want to play 2 of that. Now, I'm close to thinking that I do want a 3rd copy, but I'm not sure whether I would rather cut Wrenn and Seven or Katilda for it. Not certain on that. That'll be something that we debate later on. What I do want to do is cut the Destroy Evils from the sideboard now, although I do perhaps still need those against Esper. We'll play a 3rd touch for when we are on the draw. The other card that was sort of interesting to me is Circle of Confinement, but I'm trying to piece together whether I think this is better on the play or on the draw, and I think maybe the answer is on the play. The advantage to Circle of Confinement is that it discards to Restoration of Eiganjo, which specifically on the draw is too slow to be relevant if they get a turn 3 Fable, because you wouldn't actually get to kill the token until after it attacked once. But on the play, it's a very clean answer if you're discarding it to Restoration. So I kind of want to try bringing in some number of that on the play. And then also, it's just pretty useful against random other aggro decks, too. Kami of Transience I do not think is very good versus Grixis, specifically because playing a 2-drop creature on turn 2, where they have 10 removal spells for it, or more like 8, typically, and then having the creature that sits in your graveyard and just gets Corpse Appraisered is not really super effective. Now, Kami on turn 2... Wait, is that am I thinking of the right one? That's the 2/2 that gets bigger, right? Yeah. So the advantage of Kami of Transience, and to a similar extent, Generous Visitor, is that if you curve stuff out, you have a 3/3 on turn 4-ish to block their 2/2, but both of them just line up really poorly against removal, and Grixis is all removal. Kami of Transient's supposed to have value because it keeps coming back, but isn't necessarily actually super easy to get back in a timely manner, and they just have too much graveyard exiling for it to be like a real long-term grindy solution to the matchup, in my opinion. And neither of them work super effectively with Hallowed Haunting, which I think is the way you tend to go over the top in the matchup. So I think this is where I want to start trying things for the time being. Wrenn and Seven I'm a little uncertain on. It might be too slow against Grixis, but it's also historically been one of the ways that you beat Shieldred. Although Grixis is playing a lot less Shieldred nowadays. I don't know why, but that seems to be common. AO, I have liked Wrenn and Seven in this deck quite a bit more than AO, specifically because making a giant creature with reach and then providing you more value by being able to mill Katilda, and milling Katilda is often what flips matchups on a dime, because you get to get the giant lifelink attack that stabilizes you immensely, and doing so in a way that doesn't get invalidated by Shieldred. All of that I've liked. Oh, I suppose the problem with the Circle of Confinement on the play plan is that then that means you don't have an answer to Shieldred. So maybe that just doesn't work against Grixis, and you're just always going to be playing the Touch the Spirit Realms and not have the Restoration of Eiganjo synergy. Just have to live with that. Might be the case. Oh, anyway, let's begin attempting to see how this works. The other thing that I wanted to test with this deck eventually, but haven't yet come up with a plan for what this looks like that I was satisfied with, is the new 2-mana enchantment Tormenting Voice in red that you can pay 1 and sack to give haste to everything. Might be really interesting in this deck, because one of the problems with it was that it won games by being grindy, but had no way to win the game without a pre-existing board state that survived the turn. So you had weaknesses against decks that just would wrath the board. But you've got so many good cards in this deck that it's tough to actually... I think I have to keep turn 2 teachings. It's tough to find ways to cut anything to fit that. All right, so we are immediately playing against Grixis, but our mana base is looking like it'll probably be a problem, or unless it isn't, because we draw a white source and get to reliably go Restoration of Eiganjo next turn. So this is the position where we are on the draw against Grixis. If they get the turn 3 Fable, then life is going to be awkward. If we have things go perfectly and we top deck a white source so I get to just start playing Hallowed Hauntings, we probably win anyway because I just don't care what they're doing at that point. Yes, Bitter Reunion is the name. Perfect. Opponent does not play a whatchamacallit Fable. They are tapped out, so we get to resolve Hallowed Haunting, and this should be powerful enough that we kind of just win from here. I mean, we're definitely taking a lot of damage every turn, but Azusa's Mini Journeys is about to flip, and it's the version with the main deck Shieldred. And that does complicate things a bit. Now our life total is concerning. So we are going to try to establish a lot of chump blockers. And try to mill our way into no luck. Katilda is what we're looking for. Still, we have a board state beginning. Corpse Appraiser. Yeah, I don't love making Corpse Appraiser turned online with the teachings, but the synergy for the card overall in the deck is just way too much to ignore. Alright. I love my opponent just not doing anything. That's encouraging. Let's see, they exiled our 2-drop, so we have nothing to get back from Restoration now, sadly. Let's go with Pumping Likeness of the Seeker. I don't really have a good reason for why to do that, but we shall do it. So, discard the planes, get back the planes. We play Hallowed Haunting. My opponent's left up 2 mana, which I'm going to assume is probably Make Disappear, and I don't necessarily want to run my Wrenn and Seven into that. So I think we just play the land and play Hallowed Haunting. I don't think there's a ton of stuff I want to Boseiju from here. Hypothetically, if MTG didn't exist, would I play another TCG, digital or otherwise, do other ones not seem appealing? I don't know what I'd be doing if MTG wasn't around. I mean, in the sense of, like, if MTG completely disappeared right now, yeah, I don't know what I'd do. I'd have to think about it. In the sense of, if it had never existed, what would I be doing? I don't know. I probably wouldn't have gotten into TCGs if it wasn't for Magic. You untap 3. Don't want to block with Likeness. Because I can't actually block with Shieldred without letting me resolve the Wrenn and Seven. And I think I have enough blockers. Yeah, well, so. They do damage to us. So they can kill 2 of my spirits and then force me to chump block Shieldred with a 1/1, but at the cost of the 2 Blood Tithe Harvesters. You know, I can't really say whether or not I see potential in other card games, simply because I have not put enough time into any other card game to actually get a feeling for what the competitive complexity level ceiling of a game is. I've played other card games and enjoyed them in a like short time frame casual sort of sense. But I think trying to gauge if a game has depth without sinking a ton of hours into it is like kind of impossible. You have to sink down over time to actually make it to the point where you can judge that. But yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed casually playing Shadowverse, Hearthstone from time to time. What other ones did I dip my toes into? None that I can remember spending more than like a couple of days on, at least. Alright, so drew Rite of Harmony, which is not so helpful against Shieldred. We have a pretty large number of blockers already. I don't feel like I strongly need more. So I think what I'm going to do is just uptick Wrenn, so that if my opponent does have an Invoke, I have a chance to have already milled Katilda. Which is, thankfully, what has happened. How likely am I to want to cycle this Spara's headquarters? Worst case scenario is the opponent Corpse Appraiser's Katilda. I think it's pretty unlikely that they Corpse Appraiser Katilda and kill my Wrenn to deny me another uptick. And I don't think I want to cycle this headquarters before the Shieldred's gone. And if we do manage to somehow kill the Shieldred, then I think what I want at that point is just to what's the word I'm looking for? Do Rite of Harmony nonsense at that point, and that just rewards me for having more mana. Natty Cerisium. So let's see, what punishes me for attacking with Likeness of the Seer to resolve Katilda now? 5. I'm going to have enough mana because I played that Spara's Headquarters to resolve the Katilda even through a Make Disappear. So that's not necessarily a consideration. Playing it now gets blown out equally hard by a removal spell on the target. Playing it now gives me one more Hallowed Haunting token that I can attack with next turn? Is that relevant? That might be relevant. Alright, let's assume we want to sack the Likeness of the Seer for that. Okay, once again, they just elect not to block, which means we got in 4 points of free damage, which is also fine. Lots of life gained for the opponent, but 2 cards that aren't anything. So Invoke Despair at the moment we would be pretty much fine with. I think I would be sacking the Spirit, the Likeness, and the Wrenn. Which leaves me with 2/2/2s that can double block Shieldred. Assuming I could block Architect on something else. But they'd probably kill Architect with the Blood Tithe Harvester first. Now they can't. Well, they could still go land Invoke Despair, I guess, but I don't think Invoke Despair is very scary now. Alright, opponent, are you attacking? Yes. Alright, well, we block with Architect because I want another Spirit token. This opens us up to Architect getting abraded, but if my opponent abrades the Architect, then that just makes it however much less likely that they could do something to answer the Katilda we're going to put on. They could also Blood Tithe Harvester the Architect, I guess, but like at that point their board's just going real far away. Fable with 2 mana held up that could still be representing Destroy Evil. Down to 6. You're a snake monk, but not a spirit. So if I throw Katilda on something... First off, let's play lands, so Make Disappear doesn't counter Katilda. What do I want to put this on? I want to attack with Architect and Kirin, I think. Meaning, I'm pretty sure that I'm supposed to put this on Likeness of the Seeker, because that's the thing that I least care about them using a Go for the Throat on. Okay, well, we just win. That works. So, playing against Grixis on the draw, I believe we want one more Touch the Spirit Realm. What are we cutting? Let me know if you ever decide you have a song to do an acapella. Oh, if you have the ability to redeem it, definitely just go for it if that's something you want to do. Half the fun is being put on the spot and not knowing what to do. Thus far, I've managed to avoid singing anything that I, in the middle of the fact, realize, oh wait, I don't know the entire song. Or, oh, this is a song that, like, absolutely falls apart without the backing music. What's with all the land in the board? Oh, it's so we can play blue. What are we cutting here? I legitimately don't know. Do we go down to 25 post board? Is that reasonable? Probably not with Azusas. Yeah, Farewell specifically is why we bring in the Disdainful Strokes. It's really hard for this deck to handle. Maybe it's just Azusa's Many Journeys? I don't know. And we will have to do the acapella reward, which means... Okay, let's see, what kind of options? One of the troubles with this is that I don't actually have, like, a list of songs I've already done. Which... Huh. Okay, what about... I can do that one song. Okay, well, this hand's great. Aside from a specific lack of answers to turn 3 Fable, but otherwise it's great. Duress should take Restoration of Eiganjo here. So there's that one, and that one. I've noticed a trend, actually. Yeah, they take the right one. With a cappella songs, and it's that, like, all of them are kind of sad. Because happy songs tend to rely more on the backing music. And I don't really know what to make of that. Okay, so could do a sad song that's almost magic related, or a sort of sad song that, like, I would have to go see if I have any whiskey left, because I don't think my throat is gravelly enough naturally to do it. Or I don't know if it necessarily counts as a song, but I can try to do the country version of rap. All right, well, I guess we're just going to do Turbo Self-Mill here. Poll? Oh, yeah, we can do a poll. Do I know how to do a poll? Is there a way to do polls? No. Matutu. Rest in peace. How do I know? How do I do a poll? Is that a thing? Maybe not. If that's a thing, it's not under chat settings, so I don't actually know how to do that. Is it under community? No. Okay. Old Town Road? No. What can I say that wouldn't give it away? It's a Roger Miller song that I think was actually from a Disney movie, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so this time around, we might actually just wind up out-tempoing the opponent with aggression, because they haven't played much to the board. Oh, just actual factual negate. Wow, okay. And make disappear? No, okay. No, I was gonna say we kind of want to draw Touch of Spirit Realms because we're still without an answer to Shieldred, but okay. We'll live with it, maybe. Ugh. Gross. So they don't take another Corpse Appraiser. What does that mean that they do take? No, no blocks. We're going to be aggressive. Yeah, kind of flooding out here. Not milling any copies of Rite of Harmony is a little rough. Okay. Hold the Overgrown Farmland in hand. Specifically because they've demonstrated having duress, and we wouldn't mind them casting a duress. Okay. How do we do this? Oh, wait, is it over here? Aha! How do I... Okay. 5 minutes? Did that actually pop a poll up? Did that work? I think maybe that worked. Alright. Sweet. So we can't attack with the Kirin Touch to Orochi. Attacking with 3/3s into Reckoner Bankbuster doesn't work super great. So I guess for the time being, we're throwing out the wedding announcement, seeing if they don't have negate. They don't. Delightful. Well, so I could attack with Likeness of the Seer and give it +1/+1 with Kirin Touch to Orochi and then only lose the Kirin Touch to Orochi. But also draw a card off of it. Am I willing to trade... Yeah, I guess I'm willing to trade the Kirin Touch to Orochi for a card. Which also means we can play the Overgrown Farmland, because we'll have a card in hand at the end of turn regardless anyway. What? What on earth is this block? Okay. Am I fine just killing either one of these? This means they're not blocking the Kirin Touch to Orochi is the wild part. I guess we'd probably rather kill the Harvester. More lands. Alright. More bank busters, but currently lacking the capacity to crew them. Generally, I think you're supposed to... Oh, no, it's probably right. Okay, so if their intention is to crew this bank buster, block with it, and then draw, it makes sense to have used the Summoning Sick bank buster rather than the bank buster with the lower counters. But it kind of is broadcasting their intention isn't to play a counterspell or removal spell that they did that. Which makes me want to play Teachings to see if we mill a Katilda. Which we do. Delightful. Okay, where are we putting this? Probably on the Tiny Spirit. Everything dies to a Braid regardless, so there's no difference in that sense. I guess Cut Down. I could play around by putting it on the 3/3, but then I don't really have any good attacks if they have a removal spell for the 3/3. Well, now you have to have a removal spell, opponent. Nope, okay. Sometimes Katilda's just good. Delightful. Alright, how do I see... Oh, okay. Huh. The sad, angsty one is winning. It's way too early in the stream to actually drink. Anyone have any ideas for what a good way to do the opposite of drinking tea is? Like, how do you on a dime imbibe the essence of having chain smoked for the last 5 years of your life? Have an Isla Scotch? Oh, I wish. I wish I had one lying around. I smoke? No, I don't smoke. That's the problem. I need to figure out how to retroactively have smoked for the last 5 years if I'm going to attempt to do the original version of this any justice. What's the name of that song? Also, I'm going to mute this for a second and see if I can actually mount this to something so I could try to do this standing up, because that'd make a difference. No, regrettably, that's a completely different threading size from my mic stand. Do I do karaoke often? No, I don't have a lot of calls to. But I used to be in choir. Enjoyed that quite a bit. I sung soprano. I was younger at the time, though. All right, let me... No, I'm just going to have to do this with the microphone down then. Doodly doodly doo. Okay. Let me attempt to get the first bars out of this to make sure that I'm like remotely on the right key. I probably won't be, but I'll be closer. Okay. All right. I want to go on a tangent about how I'm always cold when I do this. But I never notice that I'm cold when I'm streaming. I only notice that I'm cold when I'm going to sing and realize that my diaphragm is like seized up. All right, well now I want to go look for mittens, but I think that's just me trying to postpone things. All right, let's give this a go. I know a girl, she puts the color inside of my world, and she's just like a maze where all of the walls all continually change. Man, I've done all I can to stand on her steps with my heart in my hands, Now I'm starting to see that maybe it's got nothing to do with me. I'm thinking... Alright, hold on. That was almost decent. Almost decent. So fathers, be good to your daughters, and daughters will love like you do, and girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. Oh, you see that skin? It's the same she's been standing in since the day she saw him walking away. Now she's left cleaning up the mess he made. So fathers, be good to your daughters, and daughters will love like you do, and girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. Boys you can break, you'll find out how much they can take. And boys will be strong, and boys soldier on, but boys would be gone without the warmth from a woman. Apparently there's like 3 more words there that I've never heard in the song. Good, good heart. I thought that was just the end of the line. Wild, the things you learn doing these. On behalf of every man, looking out for every girl, you are the guide and the weight of her world. So fathers, be good to your daughters, and daughters will love like you do, and girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. Yeah, that was a little off key, but okay. I don't know. In reality, that sounds a lot more like if you were to have, like, gargled some kind of mixture of rocks and liquid smoke before singing it. But I don't think I'm getting anywhere close to that. Oh, take a look at a deck list. Absolutely, we can do that. Do you have the deck list in a form that I can quickly copy and paste and import it? Perfect. Oh, okay. This is going to be one of those decks that's like all kinds of combo stuff that I'm going to be hard-pressed to give constructed feedback on. But I am more than happy to give the oohing and ahhing kind of feedback. Import? Didn't I? This one? There we go. Okay. So we've got an artifact list that's all about playing a huge amount of 0 mana artifacts. And stuff that gets cheaper with more artifacts, mostly. So payoffs for having lots of artifacts. Card that's just generic resource advantage. Makes more artifacts and is a payoff for casting artifacts that are cheap. I guess Metallic Review is sort of a card. And then, what does this do? Oh, it's just a way to spend a bunch of mana. Well, you're making a bunch of mana. Sure. Emery plus Mox. Mox plus Psy. Sure. Oh, turn 3 Psy plus Mox lets you hold up Metallic Rebuke. That's cute. Darksteel Citadel is an artifact for the Thoughtcast style effects. Makes sense. Some incidental graveyard hate, some incidental bounce. Shadow Spear. Sure. Okay, utility artifacts as like one-ofs having more value with the Emery, since you dig to them more reliably that way. Oh, converts Ornithopters into 4/4s. That's cute. That makes sense. That makes sense. I dig it. Yeah, I don't know that I have necessarily any, like, advice since it's so far out of my wheelhouse, other than it strikes me as a little surprising to only be playing 2 Moonsnare prototypes. I would have assumed that this is a better card than Springleaf Drum, unless having a cost of blue instead of a generic mana is a little tougher. Just because, like, the channel ability has so much value, and Springleaf... I guess you make a bunch of tokens, and Springleaf is useful with, like, Ornithopters, huh? Making colored mana matters a lot. Okay, that's true. Reverse Engineer requires... You have a lot of stuff that, like, ideally gets down to a single blue, and Moonsnare Prototype not making blue for, like, turns where you want to triple or quadruple spell matters. Sure. So the old versions of this that used to play white, was it basically only for that 1-drop that draws cards if they don't pay mana equal to its power whenever they cast a non-creature spell? And we kind of just figured that, like, Retrofitter Foundry is better than that? Since you don't have to stretch the mana base as much? Yeah, Esper Sentinel, that was the one. Yeah, Portable makes sense. That's true, that's true. Whereas blue just straight up, like, doesn't really get removal, just as Metallic Rebuke. Is this a deck that's more about tempo, or, like, more about card advantage as the primary axis on which it wins games? Or does it kind of just get to, depending on the draw, do any of the above? Yeah, Mishra's Foundry is just basically a creature land that hypothetically can turn into an artifact, but that doesn't really have any synergies with the artifact discounting stuff. I mean, I guess it pumps Nettle Cyst as something. And if they killed the creature that Nettle Cyst is equipped to, you can, like, animate Mishra's Foundry, equip Nettle Cyst to it just to get off an attack. Hey! Nerdy Steve! Oh, thanks for the raid. Welcome aboard, everybody. Taking a look at a viewer deck list right now that I don't have much experience with, so I'm mostly just oohing and ahhing over it. And then we're doing some green-white enchantments in Standard. Please make green-white enchantments good against Grixis. Well, so far we've played against it... Was it once or twice? And we've been 100% successful so far. Either way. That might just be a single time. Howdy, Itchy Pete. How did your stream go, Steve? I think animated Foundry exactly once, so I wouldn't say it's critical, but it did win me the game that once. Yeah, I mean... That's always the trickiest kind of stuff, right? Evaluating cards that have tiny, tiny downsides 95% of the time, but then win the game the other 5% of the time. Went fine. Think I like blue I control, but I'm not winning with it, but I like it. Yeah, that sounds like more or less half of my Magic career. Not the half where I have been successful, but firmly half. Yeah, if it helps you play Moonsnare, or if it helps you play like 2 Reverse Engineers in the same turn where otherwise you'd be gated by a blue source. I don't know. Or maybe 2 Thought Monitors plus a Reverse Engineer or something is more likely. Alright. I think that's about as much constructive advice as I can possibly give there. Standard or Pioneer, it is somewhat telling that there's like a lot of formats that you could hypothetically be talking about blue-white as being like sort of almost playable but not good. Alright. Well, we're getting to do the Azusa's Mini Journey thing, which is like mostly busted. Oh, I get rats? Thank you. It's very kind of them. What is this when it attacks? So I could hypothetically Boseiju that tribute after they've given me a bunch of rats. That was a mistake. Should have said an upkeep stop for Rite of Harmony. Well, what could missing 1 draw step really even do? Besides, you know, like everything. Alright, opponent. Do you want to block any of these rats? No? Cool. Choices, choices, choices. Think I'm still going to do the Rite of Harmony thing. Kind of have to. It's the only good play available to me. I'm going to be sad that I missed a card draw, but I'm not going to throw more mistakes after the first mistake. All rat tokens go to the opponent. This has been upgraded twice, so now it can turn into a 4/4. Now it cannot be turned into a 4/4. Oh, that's cute. Eiganjo plus Echo. Let's go ahead and attack with this. They choose not to block. Okay, I was going to cycle Headquarters in response to the trigger if they did block. Katilda's big and in the air. That's helpful at least. Alright, well, let's draw 2 cards. See where that puts us. Touch Spirit Realm's cool. Can't hit enchantments, though, so we're not exiling the Tribute to Hirobi. We can get rid of Evolved Sleeper, which is probably the play. I don't think I care about this Echo of Death's Wail very much. Cool. More Katildas. We dig that. Now we just mostly get to swing with the whole squad. Yep, opponent loses a life, draws a card. You don't gain lifelink, so that's fine. Oh, did I have lethal if I got rid of the flyer? I forgot about that part. That probably was the case. Oh well. This too is pretty good. Okay, alright. I had that scooted over further to the right than I normally do. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. Alright, so we're playing against Dimir, draw 2. Do I, care about any of this stuff I'm doing? I don't have any good answers to Tribute to Hirobi. Circle of Confinement doesn't hit non-creatures. So I'm going to assume that they probably have Shieldred, and that I should just keep to Touch the Spirit Realms to answer Shieldred, because what else am I going to do? Guess this is a spot where I would slightly prefer having Destroy Evil, but I don't, so whatever. Yeah, no changes. Shadows over... What cards from Shadows over Innistrad do we not have? Wow, this is a functional hand. Sweet. We're going to mulligan. This is significantly more functional. Alright, let's, I guess, get rid of the most expensive card, keep the 2-lander, and see if we draw into something. Yeah, that's true. We don't have Thing in the Ice, we don't have Traverse. Do we really not have Thing in the Ice? It's actually a little surprising. Wait, we don't have a Spell Queller? That's actually deeply surprising. Alright. Those are cards that I kind of just assumed were already there. Alright, well, if the opponent doesn't get to interact with me at all, at least I have cards that do things. If they do interact with me, at least I have cards that do things eventually. I should have played the Forest so they didn't know that I had access to double white. Changes how likely they are to go shields down and hope I don't have the 4th land. Okay. But they still decide to go shields down and just hope I don't have the 4th land. No Spell Pierce, please? Thank you. Yeah, alright. That's a problem. It invalidates my Rite of Harmony while I'm already behind on board pretty hard. This is still winnable. But it's gonna be tough. Downtick Lily. Oh, hey, cool. Upticking Lily means that I take less damage here. Because I really want to chump block the Shieldred to gain 4 life. And I really want to draw a land, and I really want to mill Katilda. Failing to draw a land, at least drawing a 2-mana enchantment means that I get to make a bunch of spirits. And we milled a Katilda, but we are still short the 5th land to cast that. We're going to gain 3 life off the mini journeys. That helps buy some time. Yeah, cutting the 2-drops is the other, or cutting some of the 2-drops for those Touch the Spirit Realms is the main change. Mini Journeys versus Teachings of the Kirin. Which do I prefer? Huh. I think I'm supposed to prioritize gaining the life off of Journeys here. So for 1 mana, what do you have? A bone? Oh, that thing has Menace? Oh, it might. That sucks. Alright, well that makes this attack make more sense. So we're going to 1. Need to draw the untapped land. No, I guess we're going to 4. Hey, there's an untapped land. Perfect. So we get 2 more creatures. I guess we kind of can't let them ultimate Kaido, can we? Alright, life total back to being sort of almost okay. Need to dodge removal spells. Need to not block Shieldred if they attack before doing Lily things. They didn't. So now we could hypothetically block Shieldred and not lose our 10/10 to a Lily, although they might have a Lily in hand, so it's still sort of risky. No? Okay, just a big Flesh Gorger. I can handle that. Do I want a Rite of Harmony here? I don't think I do. Alright, let's go ahead and attack Lily. Big thunk. Play our 8/8. Oh, that was bad. I could have gained 2 more life. I forgot Katilda pumped Katilda. Oh, okay. Well. The whole plan of Katilda beating Shieldred continues to somehow work. Alright. People still play Lily. Not very many decks, and Grixis has more or less completely cut it. So people are catching on to the fact that that card is just actively detrimental in most matchups. And Shieldred is a lot less scary if you just gain a billion life and don't care about any of the text on Shieldred. Yeah, I have noticed that most of the red-black decks in Pioneer are also cutting Lily to play, if I recall correctly, more copies of Graveyard Trespasser, which is not surprising because that card has at all points in time been better than Liliana. Even Hebzan Greasefang dropped her. Now that bit is surprising. I thought that was one of the okay matchups for it, but I guess Control isn't really very much of a presence other than Phoenix, if you want to call Phoenix a control deck, and Phoenix doesn't really care about playing against Liliana. The problem with this deck really is that I just don't know how effective it is if you don't have a 2-drop on 2. And this is one of those instances where I think I have to keep this in the blind, but keeping this on the draw might just be a death sentence and might be a huge mistake. But is this deck good for best of 1? I think so. I don't necessarily know if this exact configuration is what I would go with, because best of 1 does weird things to mana bases. But I also don't necessarily know how super good it is against aggro. But I mean, Katilda's a pretty good card against aggro, so it can't be that bad. What am I playing against? I have no idea. I was really, really expecting a counterspell out of Jeskai there. I'm not sure what's going on. Did I already forget about my last attempt to play this in best of 1? Yes, I worked very hard to do that. Jeskai good draw go? It would seem. I got a bad feeling that I'm just going to get farewelled. Oh, wait, I can do it this way. Alright. Full control. Stack triggers. Cast Rite of Harmony. See what happened. Draw a card. Draw 2-drop that I can discard? No. Draw 2-drop that I don't want to discard. How sad. Okay. Well, then we're going to get the planes discarded and brought back. Then we're going to play the Eiganjo and the Restoration, see about drawing a card. Yay! Draw a card. Well, draw 2 cards. Little restricted on green mana. Okay, well, we draw a forest. That's almost what I want. Yeah, I get a very strong feeling that we're going to be playing against Farewell pretty soon. That's an issue. Think we just put more cards in hand and keep putting lands into play as our answer to Farewell for the time being, and use the Rite of Harmony out of the graveyard before it gets exiled by that. Multiple Hallowed Hauntings, huh? Alright, more lands, because those don't get exiled by Farewell. Four, 8. 10 mana would let us go Rite of Harmony, Hallowed Haunting, Hallowed Haunting. Do I try to put more pressure on by playing Katilda here? Oh, I already Rite of Harmony this turn, actually, so Katilda just cycles. So, yeah, I am supposed to do that. Are there no good 1-drops for this kind of deck? Yeah, not really, honestly. There's the Spirit that puts counters on things when you cast enchantments, but it's not great compared to any of the more expensive cards you could be playing, especially because it doesn't trigger Hallowed Haunting, which doesn't work super great with Rite of Harmony then. Temporal Firestorm. Okay. Think what I'm going to do is just do this stuff now. I don't want to go all in on casting out my Hallowed Hauntings in case they do Farewell here. but I kind of want to set up a powerful Rite of Harmony turn if they don't. So far, the changes to Grixis were to cut most of the 2-drop creatures, by which I mean the old 2-drop Katildas, and to play, what's the name of the card? Touch the Spirit Realms instead, with the logic of Grixis's best thing they can do against you is be on the play and cast turn 3 Fable that you don't have good answers to. And Touch the Spirit Realm has a 2-mana cycle effect, so that on the draw you can answer the token before it gets to attack 2 or 3 times. And then also in the late game just is an enchantment with all the various synergies and is an answer to Shieldred, so it kind of just does close to everything well enough. That's a Union of the Third Path. I don't know how to feel about that. What are the matchups where you put your blue lands in and play your counters? Matchups where the opponent plays Farewell. So probably this one. Rite of Harmony. Does that get countered, opponent? No? Cool. Hallowed Haunting. Draw a card. Draw another card. Cool. Land drop. Azusa's Mini Journeys. Draw 2 more cards. Cool. We drew the untap land, which is what I was hoping for. So now I can play another land off Journeys and play the Restoration. Ooh, more Hallowed Hauntings. Rad. Alright, well, land drop. Restoration of Eiganjo. Draw 3 cards. Well, 4 cards. Almost out of planes. Any consideration for the 3/3 tax for Farewell instead of the counters? That is also a card that we bring in against control decks, but having access to the counters is still ultimately pretty important against them, because eventually they just get up to 8 mana a lot of the time. I have to discard cards to hand size. This sucks. I'm going to discard the Katilda just in case they kill a bunch of my creatures, but not all of them. Okay. They didn't have Farewell. That'll work. That'll work. Okay, so let's see. Don't want to play Touch the Spirit Realms. And I don't need Azusa's Mini Journeys as many of, or actually any of, against control. So we play Disdainful Stroke and Peacekeeper. What else do I want to cut? Oh, almost certainly Katilda. And then bring in cut 2 plains, 3 forests for the blue lands. Should I cut? I think what I was doing is I was going down to 25 lands when I had 1 more Anointed Peacekeeper in the board, but I cut one of them to fit the Touch the Spirit Realms, so now we can't quite do that. Now I care about Boseiju. If this is a Jeskai deck that's playing the 5-mana Lotus, I should probably be bringing in the Boseiju. I guess I would be cutting a Katilda for that. But no, I'd probably be cutting a forest for it, because I don't really need 26 lands with no Azusas. Yeah, I don't think that I'm super likely to get hosed by this. I'm kind of just hedging my bets, but I tend to assume any blue-white control deck plays at least 1 copy of that Lotus, and it's such a huge difference if you actually kill it. I think the Lotus nonsense is as a 1-of free. I really hate the 5-mana Teferi. I do not think that it is good. I've been... Like, it doesn't solve any of your problems. It lets you be a bad mid-range deck successfully, but it doesn't let you be a good control deck. And it's real shoddy against Shieldred. It's better than Teferi 4. I think Teferi 4 does very different things. Kind of hate this, but I'll keep it and see where it goes. I think the 4-mana Teferi lets you, like, leverage being a chunky board wipe deck. I don't know if that's actually a good place to be, but I think that if you're going to make that style work, you appreciate some kind of mana advantage. But yeah, very hard for that to just work at all. IMO. Again, with the opponent not really doing anything. What do you have to say about Peacekeeper, opponent? 3-mana do nothing does not feel like a card that, like, is good. We're going to make that Planeswalker much, much, much more expensive. And then probably just counter Temporal Firestorm and win the game. I was really hoping we'd have a land drop there so I could play Wedding Announcement. Alright, well, pass, I suppose. Kind of obligated to keep up Disdainful Stroke this turn. What's the purpose of playing the 3-mana life gain? I don't really know. Do not have an answer for you. I think I play Wedding Announcement now in case the opponent has Wandering Emperor to blow up my Naturalist. Because if they do that, I kind of have to let it resolve. And I don't want to be locked into not playing my Wedding Announcement. We get to draw our card. That bit's nice. Opponent makes a 2/2. We can attack through that with Peacekeeper. Opponent plays Teferi. They're not going to get to activate Teferi, though. Am I fine with them having Teferi? What does my next turn look like? I think I have to stroke that because I think I'm going to have to play Wrenn and uptick Wrenn. I think that's my only really good next turn. And I don't want them being able to play land drop, Firestorm, save Teferi. Yeah, the activation is also taxed, so they weren't going to be able to activate the Teferi that turn, but the next turn with the Firestorm I think was going to be awkward. Because if I wanted to hold up a Disdainful Stroke to answer the Firestorm, I just kind of had to do nothing that turn, and that was going to be kind of miserable. And I'd rather play the Wrenn and uptick the Wrenn out of Firestorm range, which also diversifies me around Farewell. Alright, well, this is looking good. Let's uptick Wrenn and see what we find. More lands. More lands is good. Let's see what else you're working with, opponent. You're working with a lot of stuff, including Farewell. But they have a negate. It's not good for them yet, but it will be good eventually. They have 3 blues, so if they hit land, they can go to Fairy plus negate. Would I be fine with that? They think that I would be fine with that, apparently. Alright, alright. I like when the opponents concede when you're looking at their hand and debating what gives them the least odds of winning. And they just decide it doesn't matter. Even if you pick wrong, they're still unfavored. Alright, we get to be on the play. Alright, we keep this. We have 1 turn to draw a land, and if we do, this hand is amazing. If we don't, then this hand is weird. Yeah. Oh, bummer. Okay, so this could go very poorly now. Extremely Bad Idea did not go as well as the Calamity Bearers version, regrettably. Because that deck was like actually deeply competitive. But it did go like 45% win rate, kind of decent meme deck. More than I was expecting. I think I just play Wedding Announcement here because it probably gets countered and resolving Restoration matters more to me. Two Rite of Harmonies when I don't have any way to trigger it. And kind of lack mana. Not perfect. Not terrible. But definitely not perfect. Dennick's fine. No problems ignoring that. Go for the throat, removing a random creature we're fine with. Oh, actually, that lets us get back Azusa's Many Journeys. That could actually be a really good thing. Okay, well, now we probably just play Wrenn and Seven, huh? Am I going to get back nothing with a Restoration? Guess so. Although... Oh, no, there's a Dennick, so I can't get back anything at all. Right. I remember how my cards worked. So mostly we decline. I kind of am debating if I want to uptick this Wrenn. I'm probably not supposed to, but it's kind of annoying if they just use a removal spell on the Wrenn token. Versus if I uptick, we get to hit a couple of turns of card draw. Or we just get the one. I guess they can still kill Wrenn if they have Raffine, but they haven't had Raffine, so I don't feel terrible giving them that out. Okay, Wedding Announcements, only drawing cards, not making creatures, so that's kind of fine. Draw. It's next turn that's triggering. No, oh, it was this turn, but... shoot. But I didn't pass to the main phase. I gotta remember how this deck, like, actually functions, apparently. Alright, how about we draw an untapped land? Perfect. So do I cycle to Spara's headquarters, or do I just jam the Katilda? I'm kind of forcing them to have a removal spell already anyway. So I think I just cycle the headquarters, see if we draw into something that I want to cast here. We do. I think we want to have access to as much land as possible when we have 2 Rite of Harmonies. So we just play the headquarters here. Oh, right, I remember. This is why my reflexes have been all out of whack. We're not supposed to set upkeep stops. We're supposed to set main phase stops. Got it. I'm slowly remembering how this deck functions. I tried the red version of this deck with Fable and was not impressed. The new Bitter Reunion enchantment sort of has me interested, but I really don't know what you could possibly cut to fit it, is the trouble. I've used 2 Go for the Throats already. So we're just gonna hope they're out of ways to kill a giant 8/8 now. Yeah, the mana base is also really painful in this deck since you have discount effects that frequently remove all of the generic mana cost for your cards. So you don't have a lot of ways to use pain lands in ways that aren't painful. Okay. They really should not be attacking with this many creatures. I feel like they're denying themselves a lot of value from these wedding announcement triggers that would be a lot more valuable than cards in their hand. But, I don't know, maybe 3 extra damage? Well, no. What, 5? 8 extra damage? Yeah, maybe that's worth it. 2, 2, 5. Okay, so I can draw 4 cards this turn. How many removal spells doth my opponent have? I'm 1 white short source of playing Jukai Naturalist plus Katilda to draw 6. In which case, I guess I could just play the Katilda rather than the Katilda from the graveyard and hope we draw into something. Which we did. No, I mean, that was kind of amazing. So I'll take it. Actually, it makes me wish I'd played the Jukai Naturalist first and then just played both of the teachings, to be honest. But draw 4 more cards is strong. Our board state isn't amazing, and drawing 4 more cards was a lot stronger when I thought it was going to not be 4 lands. Okay, 4th removal spell. That's a concern. pretty high likelihood the opponent finds a Shieldred sooner rather than later. If they play a Shieldred here, I think we're just not beating that. Opponent discarded a Shieldred. And is also playing main deck Destroy Evil. When people say that Grixis beats Esper, I feel like it's because versions of Esper have done no adaptation to Grixis at all, and are just like playing Destroy Evil when they can't afford to anymore. Sheesh. Okay. Can I even afford to play Rite of Harmony here? Because I think the answer is no. Well, maybe I can. I'm pretty likely to just die to a counterspell if I do, though. Pretty likely to just die to a counterspell no matter what, I suppose. Let's see. But I kind of need the blockers. I can't play everything here, and that really bites. So if I had to not play something, what am I not playing? I mean, I guess it just has to be... It kind of just has to be put Katilda on likeness. Alright, so block for 7, take 8, not good enough, need more blockers, so... What, play Teachings to buff this more, but draw fewer cards on future turns? Yeah, that probably has to be it, huh? I think we don't play Jukai Naturalist. Yeah, it looks like the case. If we play Jukai Naturalist, we're just going to run it into Make Disappear, and I don't think that actually benefits me. Though I might just need to run for it. Does it need the body? Okay. So opponent is playing the kind of Esper that is very good against my deck, but that, like, I don't think is actually viable in the metagame. So I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to lose to it. I just have to accept that gradually over time, decks that are playing main deck Destroy Evil will not be common? Will become less and less common. Like, you just can't play removal spells that are dead against the most popular deck in the meta. That is no longer viable. That said, do we have anything in the sideboard that we're actually able to switch out for this matchup now that I don't have Destroy Evil? I think the answer to that's actually just straight up no, we run it back. Take of the play. Alright. We'll just draw the green or the white source before turn 3. We could 2 draw steps to do so. Sure, that'll be fine. Or we could draw the card that costs the most white sources in our entire deck. That's also a possibility. Doesn't Grixis play Shieldred and Fable, which Destroy Evil is good versus? Destroy Evil is not good versus Fable, and they don't play Shieldred very frequently. There are mini versions of the deck that have just straight up cut Shieldred. This is probably still going to get made. No, it didn't. Sweet. But it gets Destroy Eviled. Sure. Destroy Evil was a card that Esper played for the mirror match because it was an answer to Shieldred, Wedding Announcement, and Rafine, but that was very, very bad against Grixis. It was a big part of why Grixis was like considered to actually be favored against Esper. Because you just could board in a way that made it so that Esper didn't have any targets for it. Or no valuable targets. Because if you destroy Evil a Fable, they still have the 2/2 token that's a significant problem. But if you destroy Evil a Wedding Announcement, then you just got a 1-for-1 even though you were on the draw. I don't think I can go Rite of Harmony into Azusa's Mini Journeys when the opponent missed that land drop and is entirely possibly holding up a Make Disappear as a result. Alright, so we've got both of these lands, or both of these sagas set to flip on the same turn for Rite of Harmony, and we can double cast Rite of Harmony on that turn. Jeez. Yeah. Well, it's gonna make my life hard. I'm really bummed that I wasn't able to hold up. Again, this doesn't flicker or enchantments, even though it feels like it ought to. What is being held up here? They keep in cut down? Yeah, they did. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm definitely doing a little bit of flooding. Hey. Alright, let's draw untap land plus 2-drop so that we can get back into this. Or 5-drop. Okay. Oh, should I have touched the Spirit Realm to draw 2 cards there? I forgot that was an option. I probably should have. Interesting. Not playing the new Pain land? No, I don't think you want to. I could like hypothetically replace a forest with 1, but I don't like Pain lands very much in this deck. How do we feel about Wrenn and Seven? Getting countered by Make Disappear this turn. Gives us an amusing attack if they sack one of their tokens here to counter Wrenn and Seven. Ooh. Okay. I mean, I get to draw a card here, so that's cool. Disturb is a casting cost, yes. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Curious. Presumably they just have infinity removal spells for the tree folk then. I'm kind of likely to get to save the Wrenn and Seven here if they kill the tree folk, because they're probably only going to attack it with a single 2/2 that I get to flicker with touch. I don't know why they chose that mode instead of countering the Wrenn on the whole of things, but works out for me. Yep, that is what has happened. Weep. Take some damage, opponent draws a card. Two cards. Opponent's doing a lot better job at drawing wedding announcements than me. Okay. Yeah. Man, this would be a lot easier if any of my enchantments actually, like, stuck around. But I kind of don't have the tools to do anything at all here, huh? Would appreciate if you didn't have any interaction whatsoever, opponent. Okay. So, anti-meta Esper continues to be a bad matchup, but also we probably are better if we draw non-lands. I think that's probably about as lopsided as a lopsided matchup plays out. Alright, we take the play. Happy with a hand that has wedding announcement for turn 3. Retrieve sucks. Alright, we can do that. We can do that next. Play Jukai Naturalist. Once again playing against Esper. I'm assuming what I need to do is just go grind into Mythic to have a better chance at not playing against older Esper. Although Ambitious Farmhand tends to not mean Esper, this tends to mean decks that are just playing the Domain removal spell. But we shall see. More farmhands, fine with that. More lands, that one's awkward. I'm going to attack with both of these because I'm really desperate for more action with the wedding announcement, and if the opponent wants to trade off both ambitious farmhands, I could blink one of them to save the Naturalist. Probably don't want to do that. Probably would rather just cycle Headquarters. Cool. Restoration's an amazing card. Teachings of the Kirin is also an amazing card. Opponent has some kind of interaction going on. We're going to play around the Make Disappear. Get hit with a main deck negate? Okay. Well, so be it. Didn't the Make Disappear? No. Okay. So that's probably a go for the throat then? Okay. Well, we've got a board state that's getting a little wide. We have nothing meaningful in the graveyard yet. Alright, so what now? Now nothing. So Wandering Emperor, presumably. We're going to put this on the human, because if they use a removal spell, I want it to be on something that isn't the spirit. No Wandering Emperor? Okay. So what are we playing against that has farmhands plus negate? And why am I pretty strongly convinced it's probably going to have Farewell? Even just holding my stuff in hand, I probably don't really beat Farewell. Thirst for Discovery. So it's actually just blue-white? And these are for the planes count for laydown arms, I guess? You can't play Thirst for Discovery while playing more than 2 colors. You just don't get your basic count high enough. Well, I guess maybe it synergizes with Ambitious Farmhand as part of the idea? Depopulate. Weep. Well, do a tiny bit of pressure. More main deck negates. That's wild. Can you main deck 2 negates in this meta? It hits Farewell and Wedding Announcement, so it's not necessarily dead. Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah, and if people are moving back to Invoke Despair, then 2 seems reasonable. Sanctuary Warden, eh? Alright, Hallowed Haunting's a good draw. I'd rather have a 1/1. I would probably prefer to have a 1/1 here. So they can trade the shield counter with the Kirin, or they can just lose the shield counter and take 2. That works for me. Don't think there's any benefit to playing out this Plains. Don't they die if they block the Kirin? That's true. They do. That's a good point. That explains why they didn't block the Kirin, which I thought was the better block. Again with the main deck Destroy Evils. Like, I think that is a holdover that people are playing off of the previous metagame without actually understanding why this card was main deckable. And the entire reason this card was main deckable was specifically Esper. There should not be any main decking of this card in a format where Grixis is the most popular deck. How often do we get 7 mana for Haunting? Kind of often. Most matchups it isn't relevant, and when it happens you're just winning more, but there are some mid-range matchups where you just go off and win the game because your entire team gets flying. Oh. It's moderately annoying. Would have liked this Hallowed Haunting more if I had actually had a Hallowed Haunting in play already, but okay. So no way for this to be lethal, right? No. Is there any justification for swinging with both of these and making another spirit token? Kill the 1/1. Have 2 threats. No, I don't think so. Rather save the Kirin for on the off chance we find a Rite of Harmony at some point. Win Socks. After this match, because I got no clue where Socks is at. So I do not think he is hanging out over there. Yeah, okay. Well, unfortunately, lands are pretty bad in this position. Again, we will continue to lose to Destroy Evil. We just have to hope that they catch on to that being a bad idea sooner rather than later. Do we bring in counters against Grixis? No. You don't need to. You just need to, like, do your thing really hard. And then maybe have removal spells for Shieldred. But everything else you can pretty much ignore. That's rude. Wanted that card to draw more cards when we found any of our Rite of Harmonies. Well, that's a cute synergy. The Fairy's kind of doing the thing where it takes over games you'd already won. I'm still not really convinced that that's, like, super beneficial, but it does do that. There's a chance I die here by not blocking, but I think that's probably worthwhile to me. There's the Rite of Harmony at long last. I don't know that it'll be in time to matter. I need to get a flyer here somehow. It's kind of a bummer that they've managed to have main deck removal for all of my Hallowed Hauntings. Okay, Katilda? No? Okay. And they didn't even have a farewell. We just never saw a Rite of Harmony. Ouch. We did find a Restoration of Eiganjo, but Timely Negates worked out pretty well for them. Alright, Azusas and Spirit Realms out. Disdainfuls and Peacekeepers in. 1 Katilda out. 1 plains, 2 plains, 3 forests out. Are we going to start main decking negates in here? Nah, this deck doesn't really... The only thing you'd ever want negates against is decks with farewell. And there's just... Those don't really exist in the metagame. I mean, there's people on ladder playing it, but as far as, like, competitive metagame goes, not really. And even then, I think that most of the decks where you would want negate, you just prefer Disdainful Strokes against. Alright, we will take the play. I will keep this hand. I like Rite of Harmony. What I'd really like is to draw a 3-mana enchantment that we can resolve. Set up a good turn 4 Rite of Harmony with the teachings flipping. Huh. That begs a pretty interesting question about what the right order here is. I think it's still the turn 2 teachings. Because if I try to go turn 2 naturalist, turn 3 right teachings, if they counter the teachings, I'm just super hosed. Unfortunately, we milled like the 2 cards that I would have been ecstatic to draw into, which is a bit of a bummer. And we drew a land instead of a thing that we can actually play on curve. So that's sad. What do you have to say about the Rite of Harmony here, opponent? Resolves? Cool. So I do draw a card. And Naturalist gets countered, which means they probably draw 3 cards here. No, they have nothing. Fascinating. I wonder if that pause then is them having Destroy Evil and deciding to save it for an enchantment that they view as more impactful. I'm not sure what else they would have there that they decide not to use. They lay down arms a random 2-drop, or random 2/2. Okay. Sure. We will go a little bit wider. And do what we can to play into the board wipe, I'm assuming? Yeah, they didn't have the capacity to do anything else with the laydown arms. But I guess that they felt it necessary to do that because they were missing the land drop. Okay, there's the Destroy Evil that they didn't want to use on the Naturalist. Which is why I didn't want to play the Hallowed Haunting. They hit the land, but it's tapped, so they can't board wipe this turn. I see. Do I write into Teachings? Or do I set up for Hallowed Haunting plus Teachings after they board wipe me next turn? I should probably write into Teachings. Because I'm going to get to draw a card off of the Kirin Touch to Rochi. Blow up the Naturalist in response to this? Yes. Okay. Well, we're still going to get to draw 3. Oh, wait. Do we need to mill a creature for that to work? Because they don't have any creatures. Yeah. Okay, so unfortunately we only get to draw 2, not 3. How do we put this on? Probably the Kirin. That also means we don't get to draw when they board wipe us. Well, that's kind of sad. Okay. No board wipe for opponent. Do we change anything on the draw? I don't believe so. Alright, no 2-drop, but Restoration of Eiganjo and Wedding Announcement are both cards that I'm pretty happy with against blue-white, assuming they resolve, but we're just going to have to hope they resolve. Yeah, I'm going to grab Socks after this match, which is to say also after this game. So I'm not sure where he's at. I'm going to have to go hunting. Alright. Opponent missing land drops, huh? Well, there is a rule about when your opponent is missing land drops, don't give them the ability to spend their mana. And I think that's good enough here. Look at that. I was right. Okay. Jukai Naturalist is a very good draw. Let's go with the Restoration of Eiganjo to deck thin. It's also the most effective card to get hit by Destroy Evil, I think. Yeah, which also means they don't get to draw with Reckoner Bankbuster. Then they remove the Naturalist, all fine and dandy. Well, so if they have another Destroy Evil for this Hallowed Haunting, I'm kind of sad, but I don't necessarily have a good alternative play lined up. Maybe I just play Wedding Announcement? No, I think it's got to be Hallowed Haunting this turn. If they hit the untap land and have Destroy Evil, it's kind of a bummer, but I think I just have to hope they don't do that. Alright, that's a start. Yeah, that was worst case scenario. I'm sure it's fine. Alright, well... What's your next turn look like, opponent? It looks like pass, huh? Cool. Wandering Emperor forced Disdainful Stroke out of me? Nope. Okay. Well then, I'll pass and hold up Disdainful Stroke. I will not hold up Disdainful Stroke. Nothing again. Interesting. More Rite of Harmonies, but no good way to activate it. Maybe we still just kick it off here into the Anointed Peacekeeper, though? And then pass holding up Disdainful Stroke? In which case, I think if this Rite of Harmony resolves, it does not. Okay, then we will attack with both of our creatures. I want to draw the card off Wedding Announcement. I was going to not attack with a 1-1 if the Rite of Harmony resolved, so that I would still get to draw a card off of the 1-1 trigger. I think we're just naming... Oh no, I really don't want them to resolve Thirst for Discovery, do I? So if I name Thirst for Discovery, they're going to activate Bankbuster. If I name Bankbuster, they're going to cast Thirst for Discovery. If I name anything else, they're going to cast Thirst for Discovery and discard what I name. Tricky. Still think I'm naming Farewell. I agree. I think it's not bad for me if they discard Farewell off Thirst. Like, worst case scenario, this Thirst hits, like, basic land. And they discard the basic and start continuing to make land drops. But I think having Peacekeeper on board constantly taxing Farewell is just going to be pretty good for me when I'm putting them on a clock this fast. Because if they draw something like Depopulate, I'm kind of obligated to counterspell it. Whee! Alright, that worked. 'Twas, in fact, entirely correct. Alright, I'm gonna go grab the kitty. Be right back. have I tried Curse of Silence in this list? So that actually was one of the things I was considering main decking, but kind of decided that I wasn't comfortable feeling like I could... Basically, it was a card that I was considering because it's very powerful against Fable of the Mirrorbreaker on the first couple of turns, and plays well with Rite of Harmony and other cards in the deck, but not having open deck lists on the ladder, I think, makes it not reliable to be able to play on turn 1, knowingly, even when you're on the draw. And post-board, you just typically have more effective cards you can be playing instead. So I decided on the whatever the name of the O-ring effect that we're playing is instead. Well, that's a good-looking turn 3. Unfortunately, we're against another deck that might be main decking Destroy Evil. Oh, or is main decking Thalia. This too is technically allowed. Thalia means that they're a lot more likely to be the Legendaries version, which means less likely to play Destroy Evil. Well, that's cute. They attack to gain absolutely nothing except tapping Thalia. So if we play Restoration, we actually get a land drop. But if we play Hallowed Haunting, we have a Hallowed Haunting in play. Sox is a pretty chill kitty. This is true. Oh. Wait. How does that synergize with anything going on here at all? Because it's not a legendary. Really? Alright, am I getting baited by Cut Down? Nope. I guess not. What was the objective there? Hope that I block the human and take 2 damage instead? Or maybe just forgetting that I'm allowed to block with my cards. I do not know. Alright, so I have to assume that this is playing Shieldred. Probably. In which case... What did we decide to cut to bring in the Touch the Spirit Realm? On the draw? I mean, I guess I was bringing in the... Nah, you know what? I was bringing in the 3rd against Grixis. I don't know that I need to against Esper. What just happened? Opponent attacked with their card. I double blocked, which was enough to kill it, and only lose one of my creatures instead of both, and then they conceded. I'm not sure if they thought that I would play around Cut Down, but I'm not going to play around Cut Down when... Oh, you know what? I was going to say I'm not going to play around Cut Down when they have a Thalia in hand. I bet they attacked having a Cut Down and forgot that they could not play Cut Down through Thalia. That is the most likely explanation for that strange sequence of events. My logic only went to, I don't think the deck playing Thalia is playing Cut Down. I completely forgot that, the onboard Thalia meant Cut Down was literally impossible. I mean, if you're going to play removal spells in your Thalia deck, Cut Down does make sense, if only off of the rationale that Cut Down gets punished by Thalia a lot less than 2-mana removal does. So, there's that. Removal in Thalia decks is just Brukhtar. That is typically very true in Soldiers builds. In Legends builds, it's often that and the 4-mana 3/2 flash creature that blows things up, Urtai. But again, none of that's 1-mana removal. But if you have Thalia on board, all of your opponent's cards with 2 toughness are irrelevant? Sure, but you're not necessarily considering how often do you have cards that you want to cut down with Thalia in play. You're also thinking about how to get the best removal spell that is good regardless of whether Thalia is in play, and then gets the least more bad when Thalia is in play. And also, there's still plenty of times that you care about removing a double block like that exact situation if the opponent had 1 more mana. I'm going to assume the opponent left their desk after that block and kind of just conceded and forgot that that was only game 1, so they weren't conceding the match. I'm going to take this opportunity to go use the restroom. There we go. I'm assuming the opponent's at their desk, yeah, because when that happens, what usually is happening is not your opponent, like, getting angry and trying to spite rope you. It's because if that was their goal, they wouldn't have conceded the first game. What they do is they go up here, they hit concede, and then they alt F4 and close the client, not realizing that even though the client is closed, it still considers you to be in a match as far as the central server goes. Hey, Chris, when you get a minute, can you talk about Alchemist's Gambit and Temur Adventure's Wishboard? Is it meant to be cast for 3 most of the time? What were some scenarios you'd want it? Oh gosh. It's been a while since I touched Temur Adventures. The logic was supposed to be that there were times where you would, like, wish for Alchemist's Gambit plus, like, Thud, and then next turn go Beanstalk Giant Thud. So the Alchemist's Gambit is mostly just a ritual for turns where you were going to win the game if you, like, untapped all your mana. So it doesn't matter that it makes you lose the game. But I did not stick around to playing the deck enough to find out whether that was actually, like, a realistic, successful game plan. But it was the idea. Perfect. I was going to say, we just need to draw a white source. Red-white. Mardu Angels, then. Okay. How many removal spells do they play? I don't remember off the top of my head what was stock. I could have Jukai Naturalist. If it dies, I don't have anything to do next turn. If they play Fable next turn... I mean, I can always just play Jukai Naturalist and then top deck a 3-drop, I guess. Or they could just not have a removal spell. That works. Never punished even a little bit. I've gotten my use out of this Naturalist now, so if they want to lose a treasure to kill my Naturalist, I'm actually, like, totally fine with it. I think that actually benefits me at the moment. Oh, I feel very confident this is going well for me. If we draw an untap land, things are amazing. If we don't draw an untap land, things get a tiny bit awkward. My creature is probably better than their creature. Hey, Socks. I would prefer if my bed was still in one piece, thanks. Tap land. Yeah, that one's awkward. I mean, we're gonna cast this wedding announcement because 2 tokens feels like a good time. It leaves us having to top deck something for the Rite of Harmony. Do we attack here? Yeah, I guess. Oh, that's true. Teachings of the Kirin was also about as good as an untapped land, possibly better. Yeah, definitely better, because it made the spirit tokens larger. This opponent's going to get to do the Reflection, Bloodheart, Tide Harvester thing, and mostly I think we just kind of don't care. I mean, we kind of care about the fact that they're going to wipe our board here. That part kind of sucks. If I make a token, it just dies to Blood Tithe Harvester. The sequence of bad draws has become kind of awkward. No denying that. What happens if we uptick? We have 5 blockers, 2 of them die. We have 3 1/1s. We can make life kind of inconvenient for them. I think I would rather uptick the Wrenn and get to make a land drop while keeping Spara's headquarters in my hand. Or complete failure. Alright, well, at this point I do need the mana. Yeah? Hey, okay. Oh, hold on. We didn't really think this through. I need that keyboard. So perhaps don't tangle yourself up in it too quickly there, kitty. This is actually a game of back and forth board management in that if any of my previous 2 draw steps had been not complete whiffs, we would probably be dramatically outpacing them here. Instead, it's close. So, 2 spirits gone. What? This feels strange. I can just do this, so what's your plan, opponent? Sack the last Blood Tithe Harvester to kill all my spirits? I'm, like, fine with that. Yeah, no pain lands. I don't think this mana base, like, super needs it, and because you have cost reducers, you often aren't paying generic mana. It's possible I should be playing one pain land instead of, like, a forest. Did they just... Oh, they didn't have enough mana to kick this and kill all the spirits. Wow, that's unfortunate for my opponent. And again, we did not draw an enchantment, which is painful. We did, however, draw a Katilda. And thankfully, we drew a land, so I can at least cycle Rite of Harmony. Oh, more than cycle, because we get to draw a card off the Wedding Announcement. Now, Katilda should be pretty inconvenient for them. On account of it not dying to vampires. The thing is that I don't think I can cut Spara's headquarters as long as the blue is a factor in the deck. So, like, we're not replacing a turn 2 tap land, we would be replacing a basic forest. This is the part where the opponent realizes that they are not allowed to kill Katilda with Blood Tithe Harvester, because protection from vampires is not flavor text. Oh, but they had to go for the throat. Okay. So this kills the Wrenn and Seven. But killing Katilda successfully gives us an enchantment we can play. And that's pretty cool. Rite of Harmony. What are we going to put Katilda on? Spirit token would be pretty neat. It gets really big. But maybe we would prefer to diversify and put it on a human instead. Legitimately not sure. Either way, draw 3 cards. Hey, Teachings of the Kirin. That's a very good magic card. Eventually. Opponent wondering at how rapidly this all went out of control. I think we just gain our 10 life. Keep everything else back on defense. I'm basically only playing around the opponent having a removal spell for this. They decided not to play in response to the Katilda Rising Dawn for some reason. Or top decking a removal, which is pretty doable when they have this many blood tokens. So now, do I have enough? I don't have enough mana to double Rite of Harmony plus Teachings. Bummer. Still, 1 Rite of Harmony plus Teachings is still like a draw 4, which is mostly pretty good. Yeah, opponent kills some 2/2s. We're fine with that. It's largely irrelevant. Yeah, I suppose not attacking plate around Wandering Emperor. I haven't seen a lot of Wandering Emperors out of these decks, but that is something to be mindful of, I suppose. Ooh, Rite of Harmony. Huh. Do we hold on to that Rite of Harmony, or do we play it? We probably don't play it because that only leaves me with 1 mana, and I don't really... Well, I mean... I guess it draws another 4 cards, so I'm not going to get to do anything this turn with all the cards that I draw. Nah, we'll probably draw something we can use with this 3 mana. And save the Rite of Harmony for another turn. We don't have that many lands left in the deck, so I mean, it's not like that likely we draw more. There we go. All right, good enough for me. Weep. Weep. That's a lot of creatures. Let's get rid of that reflection. We can probably swing with everything. I mean, maybe I was supposed to get rid of the Archangel for, like, hypothetically lethal or something, but I'm gonna be honest, letting this game go for another turn, A-okay with me. No problems on my end if this goes on for another turn. I guess I'd actually be, like, almost upset if my opponent farewelled me, but even then, not, like, actually that upset. No, hold on. I guess if they... Because I get back the Fable and keep the blood tokens. Maybe that would have actually been bad if my opponent farewelled me. That would have been kind of a close game. Just not really expecting my opponent to have farewell in that deck. Okay, so... I don't think the opponent's on Shieldred, but they are on Fable, and that does make it kind of... I don't think I can justify bringing in the 3rd Spirit Realm against Fable when they probably don't have Shieldred. So I think we just ship it. A Kiki is a card that provides a lot of value over time, but it does so... I don't think that's keepable. But it does so in a linear fashion, right? We'll probably draw lands. Like, Kiki provides value turn after turn after turn, but it provides this mostly the same amount of value turn after turn after turn. The thing this deck does that specifically goes over Fable is it starts accruing value exponentially, where the value it accrues on one turn means that it accrues even more value on the next turn, and so on and so forth. Or it just sets up one turn where it gains a huge amount of value that, for the most part, kind of just invalidates Kiki because they're going so far over the top of it. Yeah, exponentially increasing value as opposed to linearly increasing value. We hope they don't play Fable, because that's the thing that I can't really match, especially missing 2-drops like this. So I have to play Wedding Announcement because they can just kill Katilda with a Angel next turn. But yeah, our lack of capacity for killing this Goblin Shaman before it gets to attack like 2 or 3 times on the draw is really limiting. Curious, what would the opponent be thinking about in this position? Because this is after they've discarded Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. They're thinking about things that might affect how they attack, or are they just disconnected? But I'm going to more productively use my time if I assume the opponent's doing things with a reason. I can't really make any profitable blocks whatsoever. So were you debating whether you wanted to play an Angel and kill the 1/1? Or play Fable? Wedding announcement. Okay, so missing a land drop, which means they could have been considering a lot of things with the blood token, I suppose. So at the moment, my primary consideration is double block the goblin with the 1/1s, which I would probably do. If they have an angel here, they use it to kill Katilda pre-combat. They realized not to attack with the Blood Tithe Harvester. That wasn't guaranteed. Good for them. Was Circle a consideration versus Touch? Yes. The ultimate reason that I went with Touch is because it is a removal spell on turn 2 that hits the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker token because you can use it instant speed, whereas Circle does not get to do that when you're on the draw. And what I specifically wanted was a card that increased my odds of beating my opponent on the play with turn 3 Fable. Yeah. Wait, didn't they... I'm confused. What? Oh, they used both treasures to do 2 damage to my face. They should have done that pre-combat, because they would have gained 2 less life, but they could have attacked with the Blood Tithe Harvester by killing the Katilda. Then they would have still had a treasure, and I would have, been at 9. So let's see. This is going pretty badly because we have drawn nothing but lands. So they can't kill the Tree Folk without playing another Blood Tithe Harvester. They can't just kill the Tree Folk by having a removal spell, though. Fair enough. So currently 7 damage on board. No? Okay, so they don't have another removal spell to have lethal. That's at least somewhat comforting. If I play Katilda, this turns into a 4/4. But this is going to be a 5-power creature attacking next turn. Well, 4-power creature attacking next turn, rather. Which means... I'm kind of doing nothing at all. So they'll attack with Blood Tithe Harvester, Archangel, tokens. I block a Blood Tithe Harvester, take 14, gain 4, lose. So I'm dead on board if the opponent decides to kill me. Or they can also just have Destroy Evil. Yeah. Destroy Evil out of the sideboard of that deck isn't unreasonable, because you do still want to have, some game plan for Esper. And it's not terrible against the Dimir here, where they play Wedding Festivity and... what was the other thing? No, because they don't play Shieldred. I guess it's fine against Archangel of Wrath, Wedding Festivity. I don't know. We might be at a point in the metagame where, Esper is the only deck Destroy Evil is actively good against. So I did talk about considering Circle of Confinement as a thing we could play on the play instead of Touch the Spirit Realm. And against a deck that doesn't have Shieldred, that's probably about as good as it's ever going to get. It's a good opportunity to test it out at the very least. Take the play. No 2-drop, but on the play I think 2 Wedding Announcements and 3 lands is just good enough that I'm obligated to keep it. We do love drawing 2-drops. I do love milling non-lands when I need to draw lands. And milling cards that actually provide value when milled. All of that's good. Bloodtithe Harvester. Sure. Yeah, there's some sense to having some in the board, depending on the, like, marginal utility of the rest of your sideboard space. Okay. I'm super happy trading half of a Teachings of the Kirin for your full 2-drop. Sure. Yeah, Destroy Evil is also very good against the Bant deck. Esper deciding to main deck Destroy Evils was one of the reasons that Bant deck kind of got put on the shelf for me. There's the Fable, but this is the difference. When we're on the play, Fable is like so much infinitely less scary. We're just so much better at blocking the thing. It's the difference between having 2 1/1s off Wedding Announcement and having 1 1/1 off Wedding Announcement. And 2 1/1s block a 2/2 significantly better than 1 1/1 does. If the opponent wants to use a removal spell to not lose the 2/2, then, like, yeah, we end up kind of down on the exchange in a sense, but you cut them off of tempo actually developing their board in a way that's meaningful enough that it's not a complete blowout. Okay, so they actually are playing Shieldred post-board. That's definitely a problem. I had assumed that would not be likely. Curious. Well, let's start putting enchantments on the board, I guess. Wonder how many creatures should I block this Shieldred with if they attack with it? So the answer might have to be 4. Any 3 that I block with, I lose every creature to 1 removal spell. If I block with 4, I trade off 4 creatures with Shieldred. But maybe I'm just okay with that. Trouble at that point is if they have Destroy Evil... Okay, cool. I think playing this Archangel of Wrath pre-combat is kind of just wrong. Because now they can't attack with a Shieldred. Was probably better to play it post-combat. Alright, very large Katilda requires an answer from the opponent. Which means that if they have Destroy Evil, they're not blowing up Hallowed Haunting. Wedding Announcement's basically irrelevant. I love how a single 3-mana card kind of just forces the opponent to completely have to reevaluate everything. And if they can't remove this little 3-mana card, then their entire board state is, like, irrelevant. Would like to draw an enchantment this turn, as long as it's not Hallowed Haunting. Nope. Okay. That's a land. Wishi's awkward. Really? They had the removal spell, huh? Okay, well, do they have a second? Luckily, we still have plenty of life, so the Sheoldred's not destroying us yet. Though we might lose 6 life here. Which will be a problem if they have a second removal spell. They don't? Okay, cool. That's a pretty good sign. So we are going to get to gain a lot of life here. So, Jukai Naturalist, more spirits, Katilda, more spirits. Swing for 16 lifelink, buys us an awful lot of time. Swing with Likeness of the Seer. Do we swing with the 6/6? We probably swing with the 6/6. So take 5, I gain 16. If they find a removal spell for the spirit, things go back to being pretty awkward. I mean, at least at this point, my life total is not an immediate concern, and we have a board state that actually gets to threaten them. Jada's basically irrelevant. Blood Death Harvester's basically mostly irrelevant. I mean, they can kill Jukai Naturalist. Actually, it's probably better to kill Likeness of the Seeker. Quite possibly. Oh, well, they can make an Archangel of Wrath token here that's a, what? 5/6? It's not enough to make a profitable block happen. Oh, no. More than a 5/6. Well, Wedding Announcement's certainly interesting. It does give our entire team flying and vigilance, which has got to be pretty okay. They can't kill the Spirit Cleric with Harvesters, because it does also have protection from vampires, which is shockingly relevant in this metagame and never stops being funny. Alright, and another one. The protection from werewolves one did actually come up fairly often against Graveyard Trespasser, amusingly enough. It never really, like, won the game the way the protection from vampires does against Blood Tithe Harvester somewhat frequently, but gave you a way to block Graveyard Trespasser. So opponent copies Archangel of Wrath, gets a 6/7. Do I not want to attack with the 3/3s? Okay, thank you for saving my time, opponent. Because if I attacked with the 3/3s, they could, like, chump block the 22/22 with Jada, and then block 2 3/3s with the total power of 14, which leaves them taking 16, 24, 27, which is fine. And then I lose 2 3/3s, and that's, like, kind of sad. I'm assuming I don't want to attack with the Likeness of the Seeker or the Jukai Naturalist, because that makes the following turn, if they, like, chump block the 22/22, block Likeness, block Jukai, take 16, 24, 33, gaining 10, which they could totally do. Go to 42. Then, like, go to 9 or something. I mean, that's hypothetically, that's still awful for them, but I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, that matchup is kind of interesting. I wouldn't say that I feel like Enchantments is actively favored against it, because the access to destroy evil post board is, you know, at least meaningful. Alright, well, that's not a keep. This, I guess, is Cabaretti. Okay, opponent. What do we got going on here? Cabaretti number 2. So are they actually 3-color, or is this some red-white deck with Cabaretti Courtyard? For whatever reason. Yeah, that's Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Alright, so I've got a slow world in which I think we don't attack here. Just going to be playing Hallowed Haunting for the next couple of turns and hoping the opponent doesn't spiral out of control with Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Okay, so this looks like just red-white mid-range, playing the Cabaretti Courtyards probably just because it kind of counts as a red-white duel, and they're probably playing the white reanimate spell that requires quad white. Well, there's more green sources, so it doesn't really say one way or the other. I think for the time being we still hold back with the Katilda, because I do not want them attacking with the 2/2 unless they absolutely fight for it. Oh, Sarah Paragon, yeah. That's less frequent in the reanimation shells, but it does still sort of exist. And I'm assuming since this is playing Jemir's Garden instead of black, that it's probably not an Angel's Tribal list. Okay. I will block. What you got for me? Wandering Emperor doesn't do it? We just need the token and wanted to play a 6-drop this turn? Oh, okay. It is, in fact, just 2-color angels. Opponent kind of messed up there. They could have wiped my board and chose not to. So I am thankful they did not choose to. If they kill the token plus the spirit, I think my Katilda just dies because it's a 2/2 with 2 damage on it. Alright, so now it is a question of whether or not the opponent can kill us before Katilda plus Hallowed Hauntings go ham. Oh, Well, that slows down how quickly we go ham by quite a bit. Was not expecting Leyline Binding out of the mostly two-color deck. Curious. Well, now see, that Hallowed Haunting would have been just so amazing if I still had one more Hallowed Haunting. I'm kinda sad. But I'll take my divination. Ooh. Well, that gets quite interesting, doesn't it? Hey, Mary! Congrats on 2 years. Thanks for sticking around. Glad you're enjoying things. Yeah, Sanctuary Warden plus Reflection. That's where things get kind of awkward. It goes a lot more than just linearly powerful. What exactly are you doing here, opponent? Why sack 2 2/2s to get through 2 damage? Is there something I'm missing? Nope. Okay. Well, do I have to Katilda here? Regrettably? I think I have to Katilda here, regrettably. I'd really like to draw a ton of cards, but I don't think that gets us anywhere. I'm going to lose if they have a removal spell for Katilda, though, because I can't actually attack with Katilda right now. They block with Sanctuary Warden. Dealt damage, yeah. Okay, so we don't gain life if we block Sanctuary Warden. Which means I do have to hope they don't have a removal spell here. I can attack with this 7/7 though. So Leyline Binding kills us. Destroy Evil kills us. Soul Partition kills us. Worst part is they get the option of just not attacking with Sanctuary Warden, which leaves me in the same spot again. Huh. Ooh, that's a mistake, though. Letting me gain 18 life frees me up a lot. If they wanted to, like, draw a card, what they should have done is crewed the Reckoner Bankbuster and then removed the counter from Reckoner Bankbuster after swinging with the Sanctuary Warden token, instead of swinging with the Sanctuary Warden that didn't have any tokens on it. Alright, let's see how many cards we can draw this turn. None of that's enchantments. Well, none of that's enchantments either. Oh. That's rough. Alright, well, guess we're swinging with the Squatto. But it's still taking 20 damage after chump blocking with half their team. Yeah, but think about if we had gotten to the point where we had given everything vigilance and flying with Hallowed Haunting, then like we would have just won on the spot, and that would have been pretty strong. Still, at least with 58 life, we're moderately comfortable. We are still basically dead to farewell. That continues to not change with this deck. Sweet. Still didn't really figure out what the opponent was doing. I mean, why the opponent wasn't Mardu. I was debating a version of this deck that had the Reanimate spell and the 2-drop haste sacrifice enchantment to put Sanctuary Wardens in the graveyard, because then like giving haste to Reflection of Kiki-Jiki and Sanctuary Warden is pretty cool. But so let's see. Regrettably, I think we're boarding out Touch the Spirit Realm, which is going to make our life against turn 3 Fable kind of a nightmare, but I think it's too likely the opponent... Do I think the opponent's playing Farewell in the deck that's playing Wedding Festivity and Leyline Binding? Am I going to take that gamble and really board in the Disdainful Strokes? Maybe I'm not going to take that gamble. What are my thoughts on the body that comes from teachings? In what sort of way? Because that's a pretty broad topic. And generally, my thought is that, like, a 2-mana 2/2 that you don't care about trading off is well positioned against most of the other 2-drops in the format, and very well positioned against Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is a hard thing to do for 2 mana. And I think in this deck specifically, the fact that it's 2 cards for Rite of Harmony and is discardable to Restoration of Eiganjo and triggers Hallowed Haunting is all super good. So this card's like probably the second best 2-drop in the deck. I mean, it's not. Every 2-drop in this deck is really good, so that's kind of not like actually meaningful. Let's just play Just Spirit. I'm not going to sideboard. Yeah, so Disdainful's nice against a Warden, and it's nice against Farewell, but I don't know if it's good enough to justify playing instead of an answer to Fable on the draw. I'm probably going to board into it on the play if we get to that. But luckily this hand had teachings, so that's kind of fills our role of answer to Fable, and my opponent could just miss a land drop, so I could get a free win. Then I could draw 3 Hallowed Haunting, which probably wins if the opponent doesn't have a Farewell in their hand. But then again, we have Wrenn, which part of Wrenn's job is to diversify around Farewell, so it's mostly going all right. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, opponent. You spent a while doing nothing. Which means it's going to have to be time to play a threat that kills Wrenn and then Farewell next turn. Can we play our own Fables? We can, but you got to cut something for it. And I've not yet been of the impression that there's anything in this deck that is worth cutting for Fable, especially when it makes the mana worse. Yeah, Leyline Binding is why I was saying that I don't think that it's super likely our opponent's on a Farewell plan, because it does not really work the way you'd like it to. Do I want to downtick Wrenn here, or would I rather uptick Wrenn here? I think I can downtick Wrenn this turn. Does Wrenn synergize with the deck, or is it just a really strong card? Wrenn synergizes with the deck. There's a lot of times where the uptick, milling Katilda and Rite of Harmonies, is really powerful card advantage. And it gives you a meaningful way to, like, dig to Katilda against Sheoldred, which is important. The flyer is cool. Or the answer to flyers is cool, rather. Oh, this is kind of cute. Steel Seraph crewing Bankbuster. Is this an angel? It is, wow. Okay, so the Wrenn dies. I guess that was a reason to have actually upticked. Huh. I didn't even think about Steel Seraph granting flying. Yeah, that was pretty brutal, because now I have to trade the Architect of Restoration to draw a card, too. Do I want to do that? No, Architect of Restoration is probably not worth losing a card. Losing Architect of Restoration is probably not worth drawing a card to me at this point, since I drew the Teachings. Especially because it's an enchantment, and the creature that it makes isn't. Yeah, but if you're not using Farewell to remove enchantments, usually at that point you wouldn't be playing Farewell, you would just be playing a 4-mana board wipe instead, right? If you're opting into playing Farewell, it's usually because you want to take out the opposing Wedding Announcements and Fables that aren't creatures at the time that you're casting it. I don't want to play this other Hallowed Haunting out, I think, because I'd really rather play around Farewell, which I think means we're just doing Rite of Harmony Teachings of the Kirin stuff this turn, and hoping to draw another enchantment off of that. Come on, 2-mana enchantment. Come on, 2-mana... No, don't mill the 2-mana spell. I want to draw the 2-mana spell. Okay. Mostly just a bummer. I get some interesting options here. Attack with a Restoration to try to draw another 2-mana enchantment, which makes it slightly less likely I hit 7 cards with Hallowed Haunting to win the game next turn. But... I think this is just so much of a net positive to attack with. I should have attacked with the 6/6 as well, though. I only drew 4 cards. Ooh. Oh, now that's interesting. Do I save Architect, or do I draw an additional card? Oh, I can't flicker Teaching, so yeah, I'm just going to save Architect. Oh, that works. Not, like, amazingly, but it works. Alright, so that keeps our enchantments count up. leaves the opponent needing to have either removal spell or farewell. Sanctuary Warden's pretty bad. I couldn't flicker Teachings because it wasn't a creature. I thought about that too for a second. But also, saving Restoration meant one fewer card, although it meant the same amount of cards if I'd had a Plains in my deck. I didn't even think to check that we had milled it. But also is one more enchantment in play, which is a pretty big deal. 2 more enchantments in play once we get this second chapter, which means it's 7 total enchantments after playing Hallowed Haunting and Wedding Announcement, which I feel like is a pretty meaningful difference this turn. I guess I should have put that counter on a 1/1 instead of on the slightly larger thing. What are we getting back here? Jukai Naturalist. It's 1 more enchantment. And then we play the Hallowed Haunting. I have 1 blocker in the air that doesn't have lifelink. I get the feeling this is probably going to be lethal. Notably, we would not have had enough enchantments if I hadn't saved that. Alright. I mean, that would have been kind of a difficult game to win with them having that many cards in hand if they had had a farewell, but they didn't. Take a look at a deck list. I would be happy to. If you could go ahead and link that. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Export to Arena. Copy deck. Import deck. Deck successfully imported. Looks like I do not have all the cards. Imported deck 61. We have a standard deck with Mechanized Warfare. That's interesting. Mechanized Warfare synergizes well with Burn Down the House, huh? So a big score Arcane Bombardment deck with 8 1-drops for trigger and Arcane Bombardment. No effect that, like, instantly wins the game, Alrund's Epiphany style. So remember, any non-creature. Yeah. I mean, I do like that Mechanized Warfare makes Voltage Surge capable of killing Sheoldred, but outside of that, I don't know that you need a Braid main deck. It's cool that post-board it's a card you can just bring in to answer unlicensed hearses, but main deck, I don't know that this is doing anything for you that the 4 Voltage Surges aren't already doing for less mana. Yeah, we definitely want the Fable. Number the next one. I agree with that. I'm going to cut a Braid for the next Fable. Does Mechanized Warfare... Oh, you were right, because these are artifact tokens, even though they're not red. Sure. We have Make Disappear to answer opposing fables where necessary. Do we get anything fun here? Kumano's probably not synergistic with this in any way that's actually, like, super meaningful. Strangle doesn't synergize terribly well with Mechanized Warfare in a way that's fun. I kinda... I don't know if I love sorcery speed, but I'm almost interested in Obliterating Bolt over main deck of Braids, just because one Mechanized Warfare then means you're killing Shieldred, but that might not actually, like, be horribly relevant. Do we have the untap pinger in Standard? And does it trigger on any non-creature or just instants and sorceries? Oh, I'm not looking at creatures. That would be why. Thermo Alchemist is in... Yeah, only instants and sorceries. That's a bummer. Otherwise, Thermo Alchemist would be real fun with Mechanized Warfare. Also, Kessick Flame Breather. This is true. This is any non-creature. That'd be a fun deck. But kind of a completely different deck. Elder Dragon were not much of a synergy with Third Path Iconoclast, huh? Is Invoke Calamity interesting in this list? It's a lot of Third Path Iconoclast triggers. It's really powerful to exile with Arcane Bombardment. Triggers... stuff... Gives you access to instant speed burn down the house? Huh. I know there used to be like a Temur Invoke Calamity control list that wasn't bad. A big part of that being viable was the fact that it played a instant win the game combo with Thud and whatever the Animate Library card was. But even without that, a pretty fair whack of the power was getting access to instant speed burn down the house. Again, maybe that's a little less valuable when your plan is supposed to be Third Path Iconoclast. But it's almost interesting. We have a new Thud. Yeah, the new Thud's pretty, like, unplayable garbage, though. Regrettably. 4 mana do nothing, whereas the old one was, like, you know, a land. The land is pretty different. Can you use something with Explode Singularity? Probably not. Chaotic Transformation costs too much to be reasonable. Mishra's Command probably isn't doing enough in this list. You're still so limited on answers to Shieldred. Well, I guess Burn Down the House is answers to Shieldred, isn't it? So you're not, like, super limited. It's not as many fun synergies with Mechanized Warfare as I was hoping. Does this deck need to draw one of everything? I mean, I guess the biggest problem is that, like, I don't know if Arcane Bombardment's really holding its weight with, like, exiling Burn Down the House and Big Score is fine. Like, exiling Burn Down the House is probably going to win you the game against Grixis, at least. But it's kind of a fight to get there. And I don't know that you're ever going to be super happy against any deck with Destroy Evil, other than leaning really hard into Third Path Iconoclast. I wonder. You know what might be interesting? You might just try totally leaning into the Mechanized Warfare plan post-board against Destroy Evil lists. And, like, go up to 4 Mechanized Warfare, 4 Third Path Iconoclasts, and then do the, like, Kessig Flame Breather shenanigans. And just, like, ping your opponent to death. So that you don't run into just getting blown out when they destroy evil your Arcane Bombardment. Yeah, game 1 be a combo deck, game 2 be red deck wins. It's an option. Yeah, I was curious. I don't know what your best removal spells would be at that point, but like Obliterating Bolt seems pretty good. Clear out Shieldrids with Mechanized Production. And take out Rafine? That's kind of fine. Yeah, Balor could be interesting. I think Balor is kind of an alternative to Mechanized Production. I don't know if it seems as much... Because, like, Balor wants you to be able to sorcery speed all your spells. Which, like, almost leads into Ancestral Angers or Opts. Whereas Kessig Flame Breather kind of leans more into being able to play reactive stuff. Maybe that's not entirely true. It's kind of the way it seems to me, though. But yeah, it's definitely interesting as far as like giving this deck a way to board into something totally different that doesn't just get invalidated. How about Surge Engine? I haven't been horribly impressed by Surge Engine. But it is maybe actually really good against Esper because they don't have a Braid. I was kind of unimpressed with it against Grixis because it was just slightly too slow for everything that I wanted it to do. But yeah, it is kind of just unblockable and unkillable against Esper until you make it a 4 toughness creature, then it gets hit by Destroy Evil, but that's like not the end of the world. It's less good against Grixis, but you might just not need to do that kind of plan against Grixis if, like, Arcane Bombardment plus 4 Burn Down the Houses ends up being good enough. Which, I mean, that's kind of an open question mark, I guess, but hypothetically, if this deck is good, it'll be because that matchup actually is kind of good. Resolving 6-drops against counterspell decks, that might still be kind of tricky. How many enchantments do we have to insulate your giant 6-drop against Invoke Despair? Founding of the Third Path goes away, so that's not really reasonable. We don't have one of those flash -2/-2 enchanted creature loses abilities things, huh? Kind of a bummer. There's Bitter Reunion, which isn't really particularly exciting. Yeah, Bitter Reunion does do anti-invoke stuff, but I don't know if this deck is necessarily like abusing the haste in any particular way. And I don't know if Tormenting Voice is strong enough that you really want to just like play a Tormenting Voice for the sake of playing a Tormenting Voice. I guess it has the advantage of not being as vulnerable to getting countered, because you only get 1/1 if it gets countered, which makes it mostly better than Tormenting Voice. But, like, mostly better than Tormenting Voice is not the same thing as good. No clean answers here, huh? And Witness Protection doesn't, like, actually remove anything super conveniently. Ominous Roost doesn't synergize with Arcane Bombardment, regrettably. Phasing of Zolfir does nothing that's relevant, right? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, no real good options from what I can see for enchantments for this deck. I think Visions of Phyrexia is probably a little too slow to be an anti-enchantment Invoke Despair card. Because, like, if you're spending 4 mana to play an enchantment that doesn't do anything when it enters the battlefield, like, yeah, that'll eat Invoke Despair and protect your Arcane Bombardment, but it also meant that, like, you just played a card that didn't do anything and got killed by Invoke Despair, and the other 2 sections of Invoke Despair still, like, worked. So, like, the opportunity cost for that turn of the game is a little too high, I think. I remain kind of interested in if there's something to, like, playing big score, burn down the house, maybe not foreign arcane bombardments, but, like, some number of, what's its face? The Invoke Calamities, and then just have that work together with Third Path Iconoclast. It really is a bummer that there's, like, no good way for Red to kill Shieldred that doesn't involve blowing up your Third Path Iconoclasts, that doesn't also cost just an exorbitant amount of mana. Like, Rending Flame's the best you got, but you do not want to be playing Rending Flame. Blech. Blech, blech, blech. Oh, I wish I could play Narset in Standard. I mean, that still wouldn't actually solve Shieldred because it's not the opponent healing that is the concern. Come to think of it, the concern is the opponent killing you. I think that's all I got, though. The stream is going well. I don't know exactly what the record is, but it feels like we've been winning most of the matchups that don't involve a lot of Destroy Evils. Which, I think I've repeated my opinion on that multiple times at this point. This is not keepable. This is, however, pretty good. I think we just cut Wrenn and Seven from this hand, which is painful but probably correct. Alright, we need to draw one more land. Perfect. Don't count on me, please. Thank you. Do I mind looking at that list? Remind me after the match is over, and I will take a look at it. Ooh. This is very weird because I don't actually want to play Teachings here. I want to play Teachings next turn with Rite of Harmony. So, like, I don't actually get to flicker this Goblin Shaman and then do anything meaningful with the extra mana, which I think means I'm just supposed to play it so that I have one more enchantment in play for Katilda. Grafted Identity is good versus Shieldred, but I don't think that that deck had enough creatures to play Grafted Identity reliably. Almost forgot to set this stop. Probably going to get my Teachings of the Kirin make disappeared here, which is a bomber. Oh, no, cool. All right, so still alive to hit this land drop then. All right, happy to have the other Wrenn on the bottom of the deck. Happy to hit the land drop. Okay, Braid takes out Liker the Seeker, but we already got rid of the 2/2, so that's fine. Reflection is sticking around to do Blood Tithe Harvester stuff, but we mostly don't care. Take some damage, it's fine. Hope the opponent doesn't play Shieldred. They don't. Huh. So they didn't have the counterspell last turn. Does that mean I just jam the Wrenn this turn? Hallowed Haunting is not super enticing when I don't really even have a follow-up. Katilda doesn't really give us the capacity to spend any of our mana. I guess if I play Hallowed Haunting, I'm setting up for Rite of Harmony into hopefully top-decking an enchantment off of one of those 2 draws. Did I already play a land this turn? Yes. Okay. I think we're just playing Wrenn. Oh, yeah, Invoke Despair is another reason that hard casting the Touch the Spirit Realm was actually kind of decent. That's a good point. I think we have to downtick this, otherwise we're just losing the Wrenn to a single removal spell if we uptick. Although we would have lands in hand in that case. Want to go for the throat? Second removal spell? No, not yet. Ooh. Were they really stuck on not having a Corpse Appraiser target? They were. Oh. Alright. Yeah, so they're forced to actually use their Blood Tithe Harvester activation at sorcery speed to kill the Wrenn. Duress hits... That's a main deck Duress, huh? That's a little wild, isn't it? Alright, that doesn't necessarily leave us with a good setup for going over the top of the reflection. Probably just want to cash the expensive Rite of Harmony in this turn. I don't think it's reliable enough that we could play the cheap one into Jukai Naturalist. Okay, Restoration of Eiganjo is real good. We can do that plus Katilda next turn. If we hit a land drop, we could Rite of Harmony plus Resta. I'd probably rather do Restoration plus Katilda, regardless. More Harvester, sure. It's counterable enough with Katilda. So they should kill both of our creatures here. They might choose not to kill the Kirin. They ought to, but they do choose not to. Okay, we do draw the land. I think I just want to play Resto plus Katilda, though. I don't think holding back this Kirin accomplishes anything. If the opponent wants to trade it with a Blood Tithe Harvester, I think I'm actually just fine with that. And if they don't, that means that now I can swing and trade with something while making a token next turn, which matters if that ends up being a Rite of Harmony turn. Alright, so they need to find a removal spell to answer Katilda. which they begin digging for. They make a Blood Tithe Harvester to kill the Kirin. Then abrade the Katilda. Oh, invoke Despair the Katilda. Oh, that's cute. Alright, so let's go ahead and Rite of Harmony from the graveyard. Or, no, from hand. What I did, not what I said. Discard the plains. Get back Teachings. Draw 2 cards, make a blocker. Land is plenty cool. Okay, so this is interesting. I can play Jukai Naturalist plus Katilda from the graveyard. Or Teachings plus Katilda. Oh, no, wait. Can I Jukai Naturalist plus Teachings plus Katilda? I can. Sweet. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That's just straight up better. Alright. This is like the previous Katilda, except this one is even more harder to kill. It's basically go for the throat or bust. It's a little silly that you can go for the throat of a ghost, though, I'm going to be honest. Bye-bye Jukai Naturalist. Rip in peace. Think we're gonna Rite of Harmony here. Then we're gonna play the Katilda from the graveyard, so that we have 2 Katilda. See if the opponent has an abrade. Be sad. Well, they do. Be sad. Alright, in which case I'm comfortable doing nothing. Well, do I need to do nothing? Yeah, I need to do nothing. As it stands, I'm going to lose my... No, I guess I actually should have attacked, because I'm losing my board to invoke Despair. Yeah, that was bad. I should have attacked to gain the life. Well, I mean, attacking just means if they have a removal spell for Architect. But if they have a removal spell for Architect, they'd rather use it on Katilda anyway. No, the removal spell for Architect is just onboard Blood Tithe Harvester. So, yeah, I don't know. I take 6 damage on board if I attack with Katilda, but we gained 5 life. Yeah, okay. Katilda's hard to answer and kinda just cheeses Grixis on its own. Alright, so we bring in the 3rd Touch the Spirit Realm, but what are we cutting? I feel like I should have had an answer to this already, but I kinda don't. Azusa's Many Journeys is, like, stronger on the draw. So I want to, like, have more 2-drops on the draw, not fewer. So I don't think cutting Azusa's Many Journeys is the right option. I could just cut a land on the draw and be comfortable with 25. Is that the right choice? It might be the right choice. Let's give it a go. Hey, Frank was ace. Thank you for the sub. I very much appreciate the support. Got one Wrenn. Yeah, maybe. I find Wrenn really important against Grixis. Well, I would have kept this hand if this Touch the Spirit Realm was a forest. Alright, I gotta keep this, but this is pretty bad. Would I rather have more forests than white sources? I think so. Isn't Circle worth it for the Harvesters? It's a consideration on the play, but I think I'm kind of gradually deciding that the answer is no. I do wish one of these Wrenns was not one of these Wrenns. Because I don't want both Wrenns. I only want one Wrenn. Alright, one go for the throat down. I was going to say, that's kind of awkward if they Corpse Appraiser me, but at least turn 4 Corpse Appraiser, like, isn't particularly on curve for them, and means that I'm resolving Hallowed Haunting. And now we can get Invoke Despaired, so we're just going to hope that doesn't happen. Nope, okay. Well, 'twas not turn 3 Fable, but was us mulliganing and the opponent having, like, kind of everything perfect. But are they likely to have a second Invoke Despair? Yes. Good to know. All right, opponent. Yep, that sure is a lot of everything. Sure is. Every turn of perfect. Let's see. How do we avoid dying here? I think that's mostly literally impossible at this point. I have no capacity to draw a card. I have no capacity to lethal my opponent. I have no capacity to gain life, no matter what I do. I think we're ready to concede in that case, because there is literally no way the opponent can misplay to stop me from dying. So this is the point where we were debating whether Touch the Spirit Realm was better than Circle of Confinement or not. I don't know. I mean, answering Shieldred's still a pretty big deal. But let's try the one Circle and see how it feels. I was supposed to board back in the land, not the Circle of Confinement, and go up to 26 lands when I'm on the play. That was definitely the better move. Okay. This is, like, pretty close to the perfect hand. Other than maybe Katilda would be better off as a Rite of Harmony. I hate my opponent passing on 2 lands here. How do I play around the removal spell and Quench? I'm probably best off just playing the Hallowed Haunting and being in trouble if it gets countered. Because playing the Jukai Naturalist into the Restoration still is bad if they get countered. Playing just the Restoration's still kind of bad if I get countered. Yeah, I think I just have to play the Hallowed Haunting and hope they don't have it. But it looks like they do. Yeah. I think I'm just supposed to play that way, though. This is the part where not having the Rite of Harmony is a little harsh. Okay, Grasp used up. Go for the Throat used up. So they get through with the Shaman, but they actually wind up having a tough time. Or they use up a lot of removal spells that would have otherwise gone for the Katilda. And so our hand is now empty, but Katilda is out of a Braid range. So we need to dodge removal spell for Katilda plus Corpse Appraiser. Invoke Despair is not something we need to care about. So that's delightful. I mean, it does draw them a card and eat up our board state, so it's not like irrelevant. I feel like that was slightly premature. All right. Yeah. What does that tell me, though? The fact that we were on the play and had turned to Azusa's Many Journeys, and that still didn't play super well, was concerning. But I don't know that we have... I'll have to think about if there's alternatives to build this deck that don't involve Azusa's Many Journeys, that try to go for less explosion and more resilient grindy advantage. I guess the problem with Azusa's Many Journeys is that it's kind of can be a liability if they have counter spells and you don't find right. Take the play, keep the hand. This doesn't do much other than play a couple of Katildas, but playing a couple of Katildas is, you know, occasionally a winning proposition. Esper again, eh? Esper with... Okay, not Esper. Actually, like one of those mid-range decks. Gonna need to find some lands and also cards that do things. It's a card that does something eventually. Not a card that does anything right now. Looking at a pile of cards that do nothing and also no land drops is a pretty concerning spot to be. This is probably one of the Urza decks. Can you hit artifacts? you can. That's useful. Do I want to try to jam Hallowed Haunting this turn? Probably. Force a counterspell out of them. Deny them access to Reckoner Bankbuster. It's probably better than touch the Spirit Realming Reckoner Bankbuster. I wonder if I was supposed to cycle touch the Spirit Realm to kill the Power Stone token actually last turn. Huh. Kind of missed that option. So if I decide I want to touch the Spirit Realm, the Reckoner Bankbuster, I'm supposed to do it before attacks. No, that's not true. If I Hallowed Haunting, I'm supposed to do it before attacks too. Either way, the Katilda gets bigger. Alright, so they are likely to have removal spells for Hallowed Haunting, assuming that they're playing Leyline Binding, which is probably the case. They could be playing the Triomes only for Laydown Arms, but I wouldn't expect that to be the case. Do I Rite of Harmony plus Azusa's Many Journeys to draw 2 cards here? Think I would rather just touch the Spirit Realm for starters. Attempt to answer the Bankbuster. Or get it countered. Yeah, we'll still get a 1-1. It's like, sort of something. I do not love this position, because I don't think anything I'm doing is going to go well. I feel like I want to buy more time before I Rite of Harmony. Which leaves me wondering if I'm just supposed to Wrenn and Seven and then uptick here, and presumably get the Wrenn and Seven countered. I'm not expecting my opponent to be on a deck that's playing Farewell mainboard, given that I'm putting them on Leyline Binding, but it's possible they're on no Leyline Binding and have Farewell. I guess between running Wrenn and Seven into a potential counterspell and running Katilda into a potential counterspell, but also not accomplishing anything, I'd rather run the Wrenn into a counterspell. Yeah, alright. Successful. Would rather uptick and draw a couple of cards than downtick, because if, for whatever reason, they can't get Wrenn below 3 loyalty, then I get to downtick Wrenn on a turn with Rite of Harmony, which is a much bigger deal. Tezzeret. Okay. Oh, with Power Stones. That's cute. Sure. Alright, so they remove my Planeswalker after it drew 2 cards. We can accept this. Really want to draw a 2-mana enchantment. Thank you, deck. That is the best 2-mana enchantment. Alright, Rite of Harmony, Jukai Naturalist. More 2-mana enchantments, please. No. Oh well. More 2-mana enchantments, please. No? Okay. Well, we tried. How much do I want to cycle this Spara's headquarters versus how much do I want to guarantee having more mana? I think I'm okay not playing the Spara's headquarters in all likelihood. Now time will tell how we feel about Farewell. Invoke Justice. Okay. That I don't think I actually care about all that much. It legitimately could have been much worse. Down to 20. Opponent has no creatures to steal. Has some to steal out of my graveyard. Jukai Naturalist. Oh, I'm just blessed, huh? Alright, well, let's go ahead and draw a bunch of cards then, I think. $12, 16, 20. So they are representing lethal. No, because I'm going to gain 3 life. Kind of wondering if I want to just Rite of Harmony Dawnhart Martyr. Use up the more expensive Rite of Harmony while making 1 land drop. No, I should probably get the Katilda out of my graveyard, shouldn't I? So I think we're doing this Rite of Harmony then, and then playing Jukai Naturalist, and then playing then playing Katilda. Otherwise, they get to revive my Katilda with Portal, and then I don't get to do my Katilda things. I think I'm supposed to want to do my Katilda things. I think that's better than playing Hallowed Haunting. Maybe? Anti-Grixis means lose against mono white? I haven't really seen a mono white deck in Standard at all, so I couldn't say whether we lose against it or not. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm okay just not having the Katilda and getting more Hallowed Haunting value this turn. That's probably better. Alright, Teachings of the Kirin is more cards drawn. I think that's better than playing Jukai Naturalist, probably. And we aren't even going to have to discard... Oh, we are going to have to discard hand size. No! We're still very upset if we get Farewelled. But this and other things that are not new in the slightest. Is Mono White Midrange getting pretty popular? I know that was a deck that used to exist, but it wasn't really good. Isn't it like just a mostly worse version of Mardu Angels? Okay, another Portal Phyrexia. Still mostly fine with that. Oh wait, I super don't care about this Katilda coming back now that I have touched the Spirit Realm to flicker the Katilda to my benefit. We're just going to bring the Spirit back to life. I think we're sacking the Spirit to gain 1 life, right? Or to gain 8 life. Alternatively, might kill Tezzeret. I think all tier lists are kind of just the experience of the person putting it together. I would be surprised if anywhere had, like, even any two people completely agreeing on a tier list. I'm going to assume I just don't care about the Tezzeret and I care more about my life total. How much have we gotten Farewell tonight? I don't think we've had a single opponent resolve Farewell against us. I think we've had some get cast, but countered. Alright, down to 15. It's moderately comfortable. Am I doing Rite of Harmony things this turn? I don't think I'm doing Rite of Harmony things this turn. I think I'm just going deep on Jukai Naturalist things this turn. I technically still write at MTGA Zone. I just have not yet successfully figured out anything to write about a new standard. There's this deck, but it's not, like, new yet. Do we play the second wedding announcement? Life is still pretty bad if they farewell me, huh? No matter how I sequence this? Can't really fix that. I think we just hold here. So that if the opponent does farewell, I can at least flicker the Katilda. Oh no, my Jukai Naturalist. Depopulate, eh? Well, that's curious. Which of these creatures do I most want to have in play at the end of the turn? I deny them a card draw if I flicker the Jukai Naturalist. But I feel like I really want the Katilda, because that's got the most chance of actually just killing my opponent. They can't kill me, right? 8 plus 4 plus 4? 16? No. I don't think they have enough mana to kill me, but they definitely could hypothetically kill me. So maybe that was a mistake, but probably not. Not a lot of bank busters. Alright. Let's go with one Rite of Harmony. Actually. Can I even get back, cast 4, cast 2? Yeah, I guess I'm only going to get to do 2 things no matter what, so I might as well Rite of Harmony. We discard Katilda. What are we getting back here? Teachings? It's probably worse than a Jukai Naturalist. Play Katilda on Katilda. Trigger some Hallowed Hauntings. Force the opponent to have an instant speed removal spell. There's a lot of lands. "19 cards remaining. That's plenty. All right, opponent, what's your answer to the 26-26? Can't be wandering upper because it's got vigilance. All right. Well, somehow we keep beating these control decks that aren't playing Farewell in the main board. Or I'm getting lucky and they're not finding Farewell in the main board. No. Katilda on Katilda isn't a flavor paradox. The ghost of a ghost enchanting itself from the future into the past to make it stronger is not a paradox. It's actually just a reference to the plot of Fate Stay Night. So, like, you know, it's flavor. I think we're supposed to want Disdainful Stroke. And blue mana. And cut mini journeys for Peacekeepers. Touch the Spirit Realm wound up being useful there, and I mean, I guess it does still kill Bankbusters, right? Do you think there's going to be a ban somewhere from Grixis? It seems to be dominating everywhere. No, I don't think Standard's actually solved. I think that they just haven't... Formats don't get solved without competitive events driving actual, like, effort into breaking the format. And when there isn't effort to break when there isn't an incentive to break the format, what happens is new decks don't get created because the existing incentives in the ladder system push players to play decks that where educational material already is readily available. Because it's much easier to learn a deck that is established and do well with it than it is to do even that equivalent amount of well with a off-meta brew designed to attack the metagame. So, like, people just don't do that as much. Which is to say, I don't think Grixis is, like, actually the automatic best deck. I think Grixis is the most established deck that's relatively well-positioned. I think there's a lot of ways you can abuse Grixis, but nobody really has the incentive to explore them. 63 cards? No. Did we? No. I felt like I wasn't cutting enough stuff. I looked at that and thought it said 60. Alright, well, we're gonna just keep a hand that has a lot of lands then. That's the plan. There's some pretty obvious effort going into the MTGO challenges. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like the MTGO challenges are actually, like, strongly indicating that just taking the established decks is most people's choice of action. I find it really funny that Grixis is a thing now. I'm newer, so I've only been exposed to Grixis being a meme. I mean, it's a pretty traditional sort of thing in Magic that what is good tends to rotate over time. Yeah, well, that is countering everything that I'm doing that's trying to be a 2-for-1. You do got that going on. Alright. We don't have the third counter spell. Good. So, for many years, Grixis can be a meme, and then Grixis can get better. But I think MTGO challenges tend to pretty strongly exemplify that... what's the way to put this? The people playing the MTGO challenges tend to be people who are playing every different format and do not have any strong incentive to invest a large amount of time in one format. So they tend to more often gravitate towards what has established decks with guides that they can catch up on very quickly. Alright, I think we just have to Rite of Harmony to draw 3 here, and hope that's good enough. How have we been doing with this deck? We've been doing pretty well. Where is my thingy? Stop. Lock and close. I do not have the untapped thing here. Oh, did that link it just now? Enchant? It did. We're 8-1. We lost to Esper, main decking multiple copies of Destroy Evil. That was the only loss. All right. I wonder if I'm not supposed to cast this, and I'm just supposed to cycle it instead. I don't know if this is a matchup where having a enchantment on the board is super relevant, but I guess at some point Flying and Vigilance can happen because it's on the board. Yeah, I think that some people do wild stuff in the standard challenges. I mean to say that, like, the results from the standard challenges that are like, oh, 7 of the top 8 decks are Grixis, do not indicate that the format is solved. They indicate that there is a particular set of incentives to the players playing challenges that results in metagame stifling behavior. But the stuff that's wild is, yeah, wild meaningfully, and usually tends to be, I feel like, players like me who would rather just do fun stuff because it's fun than do the incentives to winning. I do like this deck that's actually just giving me tacit permission to play 4 Mightstone and Weak Stones with no Urza, because that is everything I have wanted to do. Don't mind looking over another list? I do not. Just give me a heads up when this match is close to finishing, and then I will hopefully remember. Hopefully. My decks are fun in winters. Well, that's not accounting for, like, the half the time I'm playing Magic and not streaming going, okay, is this deck anything? Oh god, no, this deck's horrible. Nothing's working. If you ever wonder what's happening during the long periods of time where I stop streaming, it's me desperately trying to figure out any kind of deck that's remotely functional. Because I do not think I do a very good job of being entertaining or positive or fun to be around when I'm playing a deck that just, like, is losing 70% of the time and I can't figure out why. I know there's a lot of people who would watch that, but, like, okay, well, this is kind of a problem. I feel like it does a very bad job of giving me a brand that I'm actually happy with. I have no clue what my opponent's doing, and I have no clue what my deck's doing, and I've kind of just completely stopped paying attention to everything. Sadness. So what exactly is in my sideboard? I took out the lands. I forgot to take out the removal spells. So I'm playing 63 cards with 3 extra non-lands. We find ourselves in an awkward scenario. The opponent has spent a lot of time deciding not to do anything, and then doing things, and then going back to deciding not to do anything. So I agree that I am slightly confused by current events. I could play this Katilda, but I'm just going to wait until I have the ability to play a second thing with this Rite of Harmony. Yeah, I'm not planning to do anything anytime soon, opponent. Yeah, it's a big card. It is, in fact, kind of a problem, actually. It doesn't really count as a card that does something, but... oh, what the heck? Any 3-drop would be a reasonable draw. Alright, that's a good Magic card. Look at that. That does a whole thing. Oh, alright. Alright. I knew at some point boarding in those extra 3 cards was going to make me stop flooding. Maybe. Now we just have to not die in time to stay alive. This would be a very, very, very good time to draw our 2-drop discount creature spell. I mean, that's really good, but it's not good enough, right? Okay. So if we give our entire team flying, that should result in us having a blocker for flyers, if all goes well. I think this will probably be fine. Oh, I shouldn't have flashed this back. I should have cast the one from hand. That was a mistake. Hallowed Haunting makes a spirit every time we cast an enchantment that has power and toughness equal to the number of spirits in play, and if we get 7 enchantments in play, gives all of our creatures flying and vigilance, which is a good thing. Oh, do I not have a single one of those discount enchantments? That could be an issue. And it was the top card. Oops. Alright, how are we sequencing this? 23 cards left, so we're certainly not dead yet. Oh, Disdainful Stroke when we're 1 mana short of making that a good thing? Oh, man. Not getting that discount creature here is actually turning out to be quite an issue. How are we supposed to do this? Am I best off not doing anything and hoping they don't have a single enchantment removal to knock all my creatures out of the air? You know what? I think I go to combat. Because if they had an enchantment removal, they probably would have played it there to deny me this attack. And if they did that, I would know to play another enchantment. But because they didn't do that, I think I'm safe to just pass holding up Disdainful Stroke so I don't lose to Farewell. I think that's our tech this time around. Yeah, we would draw 3 cards if we played something, but I wouldn't be able to hold up the Disdainful Stroke. I got a Disdainful Stroke over here on the bottom right. Is that covered up? It might have been. Oh, opponent's drawing 3 cards. Yeah. That's true. They could find a Disdainful Stroke for one of our enchantments. That's a possibility. Do I want to discard this Katilda? Discarding the Katilda... Yeah, I mean, it's probably actually not very likely to matter, is it? Let's go ahead and do it. Yeah, I suppose that's true. This doesn't play around Destroy Evil if they find it, but I think it did the best job of playing around Destroy Evil if they had it. Because I think if I tap out to like play another Hallowed Haunting and they have 1 Destroy Evil, I'm probably still likely to lose the game because I just do lose the game immediately to Farewell. Like, if they Farewell, they just remove all of my enchantments, my creatures all drop, and then I take 10 in the air. And I think Farewell is a lot more likely than 2 Destroy Evils. I'm not dead to them crewing both Bankbusters because I have Eiganjo. So I can block. block 2 plus Bank Buster, Eiganjo the other Bank Buster, and live even if they have 1 removal spell for a creature. I think I can't live if they can crew both Bank Busters somehow out of hand and play 1 removal spell, though. Alright, well, if my opponent does nothing and skips through the attack, I win. I'm not sure what was going on with their connection. I'm not sure if I'm going to count that as a real game, because it felt like there were a lot of factors going into that, making that not count as a real game. Up to and including them possibly missing like 4 turns, but maybe not. Maybe they were just sitting on a bunch of reactive stuff. Can we give the blue-red deck a whirl? Yeah, we can try doing that tomorrow. I think for today I'm going to round it out with this deck, because I've been happy with this performance. Oh, yes, deck review, deck review, deck review. See, expecting me to be able to remember anything is the first mistake. If we've proven anything on this stream, it is that. Are players worse on Arena than Magic Online? I never play Arena, but I always feel like they are. No. And for kind of a weird reason. Arena has matchmaking-based rating, whereas MTGO doesn't. So if you do not have an Arena account, and your account is anywhere below Platinum, yes, MTGO players are significantly better. Once you hit to Mythic, the players playing on Arena are much better than the players playing on Magic Online if the format you are playing has a competitive incentive to practice. If you are playing a format that has no major upcoming event, and therefore nobody is playing who's like seriously trying to practice, like Alchemy 80% of the time, you will run into players who are only memeing around. But if you are playing Alchemy in the 20% of the time where, say, in the next 2 weeks there's a major Alchemy event coming up, then the players you will play on Arena are, I find on average, assuming you're in Mythic, much better than the average player you would play on MTGO with no MMR-based matchmaking. But again, that's kind of based on your account's internal MMR on Arena, and it's kind of based on the level of competitiveness to the given format coming up. I tried playing Standard on MTGO. I forget when it was, but I was actually testing this deck on MTGO. No, I was testing the red version of this deck on MTGO. And I was getting so frustrated, I could not do it because the players on MTGO that I was getting paired up against were playing so much off-meta stuff poorly and slowly, because MTGO is a not particularly clippity-clip program compared to Arena, that I was like, oh, I couldn't handle it. I quit out and went back to Arena. But if you're playing Draft tends to be much more competitive on MTGO. What was I doing? Importing a deck? Alright, so we have Legendary Dragons with Feldon, Hajar, Rivaz, Atsushi, Moonveil, Shuldred. Moonveil's not legendary, right? Yeah. Rith, Zeatora Tyrants. We're mostly Jund. Splashing white for Rith, who is admittedly kind of a hard-to-kill creature. Hajar is not a dragon. Oh, Rith doesn't care about dragon typing. For some reason, I thought it did. Leagues on MTGO are basically the only way to play outside of scheduled events that are even slower than leagues. They are miserable, and they are streaming poison, and it's why I don't do them on stream. But the scheduled events are higher competition level on MTGO, and I think are generally pretty equivalent to playing on Mythic on Arena, but they are, like, time spent to amount of data got really inefficient. Because they have, like, a real-life format where you have to wait for everyone in the round to finish before you get paired for your next game. So you spend a lot of time just not playing. Or to fix that, you can try to double queue, but then the quality of practice that you're getting drops a lot. It's not ideal. So we have Go for the Throat, Abrade, Strangle, Brotherhood's End, Fable. Once you're playing Fable, I've come to the conclusion, generally in Standard right now, that Strangle is just straight up worse than Voltage Surge. Very few things that you care about killing have 3 toughness rather than 2. And the difference with it being instant speed, especially when it comes to like killing your opponent's Fable tokens, is significant enough that it's just mostly better than Strangle. And with just Fable, you have enough artifact tokens that like the 4 mana upside occasionally is irrelevant. And it ends up being better than playing Flame-Blessed Bolt. Although with that said, the first thing I would say is I don't think this deck is aggressive. So I don't think Feldon fits very well. If the objective with Feldon is like to be a card advantage engine by throwing your own damage at it, then like maybe that's cute, but I don't think that that's that's probably not worth it. I guess it's kind of cute that you could unleash the Inferno Feldon and blow up their enchantments, but like this kills the Feldon. So Feldon, I think, is a card that's pretty strictly aggressive, and the problem with it in this deck is that the rest of these cards aren't aggressive. This is actually kind of like more of a mid-range shell, because we have sort of slow cards. Actually, I mean, this is actually a 3/3 with meta, so it's not as slow as you might think, but Fable's kind of like a slow card. Sheoldred's sort of aggressive. Atsushi is not aggressive, Moonveil is not aggressive, Rith is not aggressive, Tyrant is not aggressive. Zeatora actually is kind of sort of aggressive sometimes, but I don't think in the context of this shell is like supported in a way that's particularly aggressive. So I think what I would probably want to see to synergize with the Fable is kind of just like the classic pairing of Blood Tithe Harvester at this point. Blood Tithe Harvester just being a card that's more about value and slowing down your opponent, which is like what this deck is looking for. It's all about cards that gain a ton of value in the late game, and the way you support cards that gain a ton of value in the late game is cards that get you to the late game. So it also makes the Voltage Surge slightly stronger, which is a cool pickup. It's neat that Hajar doesn't die to Voltage Surge straight up. Brotherhood's End is probably reasonable. I think I'm probably not a very big fan of Moonveil Regent. I think the idea behind it is supposed to be like all these multicolored cards let it draw 2 or 3, which, yeah, I guess that's kind of the case. Or that it just synergizes with Ravaz, but like 4 mana for a card that doesn't do a ton the turn it comes into play is a lot. And I think there's like probably already slightly too many 4-drops here already. I think I would probably trim one to add more proactive 2-drops. It's kind of interesting when you have like when you have all of these instant speed removal spells to figure out the right sort of mix between proactive 2-drops and reactive 2-drops, where having a certain number of proactive 2-drops is really important when you're on the play, because passing with a 2-mana removal spell held up like wastes your turn if the opponent doesn't play a creature and just like is on the draw, passes holding up a counterspell to answer your 3-drop, then you did nothing. And also they take the tempo lead by countering your 3-drop. Whereas if your opponent plays a turn 1 land and you like actually play a 2-drop half the time, then you get to get a little bit of a tempo edge in punishing them for holding up the counterspell. What's it that on the top end? 6 CMC ones. I'm wondering if they're worth it. I mean, I'm assuming that the strength of Zeatora and Rith is mostly that they're really cool engines with Ravaz, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I don't know if Zeatora is better than Tyrant. Certainly got a lot more stats. But we're also now at a place with Go for the Throat where Zeatora is like actually kind of killable for most decks. My experience playing Zeatora previously in 4-color treasure aggro was that there was a bunch of matchups where like you would put a Zeatora in play and they just literally back then didn't have a way to kill it because none of the removal spell hit a big flyer that you didn't attack with. So you just would like spend 3 turns against Esper chucking your creatures at them and eventually they would die. But this deck doesn't have Magda to like tutor and turbo out Zeatora, and also that's no longer the case. Decks now have Go for the Throat. They sometimes have Destroy Evil. They have Unleash the Infernos. There's just a lot more removal for Zeatora. And yeah, Tyrant getting to be copied with Fable is pretty interesting as far as like dragon synergies with Ravaz go. Three Unleash the Infernos. Yeah. Unleash the Inferno is definitely not a bad card, but it's also a card that is, I think, very play draw dependent. It's real powerful on the play. It's a lot less powerful on the draw, because very rarely does Unleash the Inferno get to answer a 4-drop profitably. Most of the time, if it's answering something, it's answering a 3-drop somewhat effectively. And even then, that tends not to actually be, like, advantage. It's just more like you're not getting hosed by Fable if you unleash it. But exchanging a 4-drop for a 3-drop isn't really ever exciting, so I don't know. I've lost to Unleash the Inferno being a 1-card answer to outrageous board states more often than like any other card, but also I've seen a lot of Unleash the Infernos that just, like, in the course of the average game against Grixis or Esper, weren't quite... It was falling behind slowly instead of falling behind fast, which still means you're falling behind. So I don't know if I'm like super excited about playing 3 copies of this, especially if this deck is already playing this many 4-drops. If anything, I think that I'm happier with the splits here than more Unleash the Infernos. I don't know if I'm happier with Zeatora than a Tyrant. I guess Unleash the Inferno with Rith is like sort of a synergy, but Tyrant is also a synergy with Rith. Bloodtithe Harvester doesn't trigger Rith. Go for the Threat doesn't trigger Rith. That's probably all fine. Do we only have 4 lands capable of casting? Well, we have 4 and Fable, I guess. And technically Zeatora backdoors into Rith. And Atsushi sort of backdoors into Rith. And, well, okay. That's close to there. I don't think you're likely to get Boseiju. I was debating if there was a chance you wanted to play like one Triome that makes white mana. But we don't have access to the Mardu Triome, and again, you're not really getting Boseiju very frequently with this deck. Yeah, I guess 4 sources out of your mana base is probably just the best you can do in that regard. There's the Naya Triome, yeah. I was thinking in the sense that, like, most of your mana base here is red-black, so the green isn't quite as helpful. It helps cast Hajar, I suppose. I think you might not want Boseiju in this mana base. How many green sources are we looking at? 4, 7, 11. Hajar is kind of complicated because the deck doesn't want a lot of green, but then Hajar wants to be a turn 2 play. I guess for the sake of Plaza of Heroes. In that case, it's actually like Unleash the Inferno that's awkwardly hard to cast. So we have 8, 10, 14, 16 red sources. I kind of want to cut the Boseiju for a Rockfall Veil to make it easier to turn 3 Brotherhood's End and easier to turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester. We have so few ways to turn 1 Voltage Surge. So maybe actually not the Rockfall Veil. Maybe a Karplusan Forest instead. Then 8, 11, 12, 14 black sources, 18 with Zeatoras, which is probably fine. Which means for turn 2 Bloodtithe Harvester, we have 13 untapped lands, which is probably slightly too few. How many lands overall is this? 12, 14, 16, 19, 23, 27. That's actually a lot of lands. All right, I have no problem with that number of lands. 12, 14, 16, 19, 23. Yeah, okay. No, 27 lands is fine. Ooh, Plaza of Heroes mana bases make things weird. We have 9 Pain lands, which is about as much as I'm comfortable putting anywhere. Yeah, Plaza of Heroes is not very friendly with Blood Death Harvester, is ultimately what we're running into here. I think we probably just want Karplusan Forest more than Llanowar Waste. Overall black sources, 8, 9, 11, 17. We can probably cut one more Llanowar Wastes for a Karplusan Forest, which gives us better access to turn 1 Voltage Surge on the draw. Still not necessarily very good at curving turn 1 Voltage Surge into turn 2 thing, but most decks aren't. Yeah, that's probably what I would do with the mana base, I think, barring further testing. I mean, we're going pretty hard into the Plaza of Heroes and might not actually be getting enough return on investment here to justify playing 4 copies. So maybe this is like a 2 or 3 Plaza of Heroes deck. Looking for more... Probably a Rockfall Veil and a Llanowar Wastes if we end up cutting 2 Plaza of Heroes. That gives us... uses more of our untapped land equity on stuff that can cast more of our 2-drop spells. Blood Death Harvester kind of specifically. Blood Tithe and Voltage Surge are the 2 that add more restrictions, since Hajar is getting cast off Blood or Plaza of Heroes regardless. Also makes it a little easier to Brotherhood's End. But aside from the 6-drop count and me still being a little uncertain about Unleash the Inferno in this metagame, I think that's where I'd take things. I hope that was helpful. And now you all see the reason why I make my mana bases off stream mostly. Because it's basically just 45 minutes of me counting numbers out loud over and over and over. Hands with no lands look so good if they had lands also. Ooh. This hand's real strong and would be a delightful 7, but what do we throw away here? Are we on the play or the draw? Do I get to see that? Do I know that somehow? Naturalist, we think? Risky if we don't draw a land, but I'm kind of inclined to agree if we are accidentally on the draw. I mean, the way this hand goes best is we go turn 2 Naturalist, turn 3 Rite of Harmony, Azusa, Teachings after drawing a land. But it's probably too likely that the Naturalist dies. Oh, we were on the play! Yeah, on the play, I think I would have probably thrown away the Azusas. Because this doesn't work out well if we don't draw a land. Aha! I didn't mill a creature. For once in my life, I'm not got by the Graveyard Trespasser after Teachings of the Kirin. So before playing that Trespasser, they should have attacked with the Sleeper. Because I just don't block the Sleeper if they're threatening to turn it into a 2-2. So they missed a point of damage. Did I set that stop? I did. Alright. So we drew a land. A turn late, but not in such a way as to be completely deadly. We could still manage this. Lack of a second white source, never mind. It's not going to be a problem at all. Was going to say might turn out to be kind of a problem casting Katilda, but why would it be? Gix pre-combat. Presumably willing to trade off their Trespasser for the sake of exiling our Rite of Harmony, which is fine by me. We do some transforming. I think we're best off making this a 3-3 to block the Gix. And I think we down-tick the Wrenn. So I'm not actually sure how they're killing the Wrenn here. Because they missed a land drop, so they're not Invoke Despairing on curve. Infernal Grasp kills a 5-5, sure. So attack everybody with the Wrenn, force me to double chump block, trade with the Gix to keep the Wrenn alive, presumably. Not going to force me to sack the Kirin. That might be a mistake. Would I rather kill a Shadow or the Gix? Killing the Shadow forces them to sink mana into it. To trade, which means they can't pump the Sleeper. Currently they can pump the Sleeper. Also means I get to attack with the Kirin and make a 1-1, which has value, because then the Sleeper wouldn't be a 2-2. Yeah, I think I actually leave the Gix alive for that reason. I guess they could just choose not to pump the Shadow, but if they do, then I ate the Shadow and just have a 3-3, and that's cool too. Well, that's a lot of cards. They trade off the Sleeper. I'm pretty fine with that. I could kill the Gix here. I don't feel like I need to. I'd rather just cycle 2 headquarters in this position. If they remove both of my creatures and threaten the Wrenn, then I could cycle touch the Spirit Realm. Gone after face with Gix, huh? So I can flicker the Kirin Touch to Orochi to deny my opponent a card draw. Is that what I want to do? Let's get the context of knowing one more card before we make this decision. We're going to draw Teachings. This also mills, and potentially mills another Rite of Harmony. Yeah, okay. I think I'm comfortable doing this. Not entirely sure if this is correct. And maybe I got punished for not just touching the Gix when I could. Do we ever use the 0 from Wrenn? It does come up occasionally. Has come up before. Alright, so let's write. Draw 2. More rights in the graveyard. Katilda's amazing. We dig that. Draw more. Restoration of Eiganjo is amazing. Could downtick Wrenn for a big creature, but with 2 rights in the graveyard and 2 things transforming next turn? Well, 1 thing transforming next turn. I think this is actually a spot where we just 0. I think I hold this back so if they kill Katilda, I still have a double block on Gix. Howdy, Dawn. Welcome by. Alright, do we play Touch the Spirit Realm against Mono Black? Or rather, do we play the third... No, do we play any Touch the Spirit Realm against Mono Black? I guess I don't have anything better against Mono Black than these 2 copies of Touch the Spirit Realm. I don't really want to play Circle of Confinement. It's not terrible, but it's not good. I'd rather Touch just be able to occasionally answer Shieldred. Yeah, so I think that does mean that we just don't sideboard against this matchup. Yeah, this deck being pre-boarded from Mono Black is kind of historically the case. That's true. Okay, well, it was a good hand. Unlicensed hearse? Oh no! That's almost remotely inconvenient. I think we hold on to the teachings so that we can discard it to well, no. We can't discard anything to restoration because of the unlicensed hearse. That's so annoying. They spent an entire card to counter one of the chapters on Restoration of Eiganjo. How rude. Alright, so Azusa's Mini Journeys, Restoration. Do we also play Teachings this turn? So that they're all flipping on the same turn for Rite of Harmony? I think that's probably worthwhile. It also gives us a chump blocker for the Gix so that they don't get to draw a card. Normally I might have held this to discard to Restoration, but given that I can't do that with Unlicensed Hearse in play, no reason to. I mean, I do let them pump the Hearse, which is moderately annoying. But, oh, yeah, that's a really bad duress for me. Fair enough. Okay. Leaves me in sort of an awkward pickle, except that now they've used this Unlicensed Hearse at sorcery speed, so this attack putting Jukai Naturalist in the graveyard is pretty bad. Boink, boink, boink. If they have duress, holding on to the planes benefits me because they might whiff with the duress. But I think the fact that I have 3 copies of Rite of Harmony that I could top deck that benefit me from having played the planes out means that I'm probably supposed to play the planes out. Shieldred, but we have Katilda, so that's fine. What do I think of the Ajani in Standard right now? The Phyrexian one? Yeah, it doesn't really do anything, unfortunately. I don't think there's any way to turn it into a card that is better at doing anything than other existing cards. So far, every Phyrexian Planeswalker they've printed kind of has the problem that it just like costs one more mana than the effects that it provides kind of encourage it to do. To be. Something like that. Has part of you ever thought of trolling with one copy of Brilliant Restoration in this deck? You don't get the cast triggers from that, which is a little rough. Now I don't need to play this forest because I'm not flipping a bunch of creatures that benefit me with top decking. Whatchamacname it. Oh no! Invoke despair! Whatever will I do? Whatever actually will I do? I'm almost tempted to sack the Katilda, but I think that's probably a mistake. I think I'm sacking Jukai Naturalist and Likeness of the Seeker. Well, I mean, our Katilda is going to be kind of tiny. If I sack the Katilda, I can put on an Architect of Restoration, which goes ham, but means they only need to have a single removal spell follow-up instead of 2 removal spell follow-ups. I think I'm supposed to do this. They can't attack with a Shieldred. Or the Hearse. Oh, right, can't sack Katilda, they have Hearse. Yep, that's also a very good reason to not do that line that doesn't work. It also means they still only need 1 removal spell, actually. Yeah. Hearse is turning out to be slightly inconvenient. Less inconvenient than the Duress was, to be honest, but... Okay. Well... That seems like a questionable line to have Liliana'd upon. One would imagine that it's probably better to play the 3-drop than discard the 3-drop with 3 open mana. Oh dear. This deck gains so much life, makes Painland seem like a nice fit. This deck gains a lot of life if you have Katilda in play. The problem with Painlands is specifically them making it a lot more expensive to... You lose a lot of life a lot of the time before you find Katilda. And a Painland could be the difference between whether or not you die to Shieldred before you find Katilda. We have stabilized at 1 life, played a Katilda, and been back up to 18 a lot. And I'm nervous that the deck doesn't need additional mana enough to justify losing those games in a metagame where there are a lot of Shieldreds running around. So, if I Rite of Harmony here, we would only draw 2 cards, because I could Rite of Harmony twice. I think I would rather Rite of Harmony twice next turn when the Restoration's going to flip. Because if I tried to make a creature with a Kirin Touch Orochi, they would fizzle the ability with Unlicensed Hearse. I think that's a position where they're supposed to Unlicensed Hearse their own graveyard to exile 2 things, rather than exile 1 land that doesn't matter from mine. That's actually a really annoying spot for them to have found Liliana. Oh, sweet, they didn't make me discard the card in my hand. They just made me sacrifice a card that doesn't matter. Rad. Oh, sweet. Shieldred's attacking. I don't care about that at all. They do not want to make me lose 4 life in order to give me a creature. That is not a bad thing for me in the slightest. Alright, I would love to Rite of Harmony. Yeah, you are not going to be able to exile that Rite of Harmony before I can play it. Alright, I would love to draw 2. I am willing to pay this amount of life. That is acceptable. Play the land? We can probably hold on to the land, actually. Oh, right, because we're going to draw 2 more cards. You do not create an attacking spirit, so we will split the damage as optimally as possible. Draw 2 more. Oh, that is true. Hearse is a blocker because Foundry can crew. But they also forgot that while I was busy forgetting that. So it's fine. Thought blue-red was the anti-Grixis. It did not win any games against Grixis. So while my hope was that it was the anti-Grixis, it was not quite so effective at it. This, however, has legitimately not lost against Grixis yet. Admittedly, I'm in Platinum, but, I mean, this deck always was pretty good against Grixis, and we've tweaked it to be better against Grixis, so historical data should make it still look pretty good. Have I tried the big artifacts version of blue-red? I have not. That is on the docket for tomorrow, because that looks cool. 1, 2... This is probably not going to be capable of... Well, I mean, I should probably just throw out an Eiganjo, right? So, Hallowed Haunting to pump Katilda by 1. And then we go to combat, and then we attack with everybody, and then we make more spirits, and then the opponent has to block. And then we Eiganjo the Shieldred after they block. And the opponent cries. And also forgot about Mishra's Foundry again. You know, understandable. Is this deck running anything from Brothers War? It is running... The opponent having copies of Go for the Throat instead of Destroy Evil. That's the big thing this deck got out of Brothers War. But no. Hypothetically, I think it's possible the deck might want to cut like 1 forest for a Pain land. Green-white. I just haven't got around to it. At some point, I also do need to test out if I can figure out a way to make a shell for the red version of this deck that fits in the 2-mana Tormenting Voice. It gives things haste. Like, that might actually be good. The trouble is that I don't really know how to cut anything to fit that into the deck. Like, I guess maybe it has to be cutting the Azusa's Many Journeys, but I don't know if that actually improves the deck, and the mana base is worse, and I didn't actually like Fable of the Mirror Breaker in this deck at all, so, like, I don't even know how to fit that in. Naturalist? No, I don't think you can ever cut Naturalist from this deck. Like, it's not necessarily great to play Naturalist on turn 2 against Grixis, but there are so many times where putting Naturalist into play with Restoration of Eiganjo is busted that I would not cut any Naturalist. Fable isn't bad in this deck. Like, it's good. The trouble is every 3-drop in this deck is excellent, and, like... What 3... Like, every other 3-drop is kind of better, though. Aw, congrats, Luna Knight. And thank you. Sagas aren't creatures or planeswalkers. Yeah, I mean, like... Architect of Restoration is a 4-of in the deck. It is the best 3-drop, and there's no way you can cut it. Fable is much worse than Architect in the context of this list. So that's not getting cut. Then we have Katilda. Katilda is like the way that you beat Shieldred decks. So I'm not willing to play fewer than 4 copies of that at this point. Like, it was a weird journey getting here, but I am here and I am on board for it. Wedding Invitation, or Wedding Announcement, is the card that I have, I guess, come to the conclusion is your worst 3-drop by virtue of it being the thing that I'm only playing 3 of. And I don't think Fable is better than Wedding Announcement, especially in the context of being a Rite of Harmony list. Doubly so in the context of, like, Fable doesn't do a huge amount with this list if they just play a removal spell on the token. So, like, it's vulnerable to the removal spells that ideally you would be dodging in a way that Wedding Announcement isn't. The best thing I guess I could say about Fable is that it's better on the draw versus an opposing Fable than Wedding Announcement is, because at least you can trade off your 2-2 with their 2-2 and only be so disappointed about that. But, like, if you're cutting Azusa's many journeys, you're worse against Fable on the play, too. I don't know. What card is how you beat Shieldred? Katilda. Katilda is, like, the card that makes you beat Shieldred decks because they have such a hard time removing it, and they need to remove both halves of it. So you'll very often just, like, play a Katilda. Oh, they didn't kill it. All right, now we gain enough life that the Shieldred is completely irrelevant. Or we mill Shieldred, or we discard Shieldred, or rather, we mill Katilda or discard Katilda, and then put Rising Dawn on a creature that actually has haste, and that just wins the game. Or rather, not has haste, but isn't summoning sick. Hypothetically, the red version is more consistent because it would have more access to discard and would avoid flooding out to the same extent. But, like, I don't know. I should test it because I do think Bitter Reunion is, like, actually potentially good in this deck and warrants playing a couple copies. I don't even know if the full 4, maybe just like 3. But I kind of think I might come to the conclusion that I just want to play Bitter Reunion over Azusa's Many Journeys and not play Fable. And I have no clue if I can do that while seeming like I'm a sane individual, regardless of whether it's correct or not. Might find Fable ends up better than Wedding? Maybe. We should probably also test that, but I'm not expecting that to be the case. I'm worried about appearing sane. Maybe I'm not. That's a fair point. Yeah, cracking it to give Reflection Haste is kind of cool, especially if you can do that in response to a removal spell. The trouble is there's not actually a lot of cards in this deck that you can meaningfully copy with Fable. The thing that was the most relevant was often just copying other Fables with Fable, because you turned on Hallowed Haunting that way, and if you're not playing 4 Fables, that's a little less likely. Fable's going to get banned at some point soonish? I hope not. And that's not like because I'm playing Fable, it's just that I don't really like the idea of bans when I don't think the format is close to solved. But I'm also of the opinion that you can have bans that aren't about competitive play and are more just targeted at casual play. And most standard play is casual right now because there's not a lot of competitive incentives into the format. And I don't think that's actually likely to change, at least in the next 3 months. So maybe it's fine just to keep things spicy. Did you try the enchantment snake that can copy in this list? I did not, but Raphael Levy did, to pretty good effect. I was debating if I wanted to try that. I believe they were playing it over the Azusa's Many Journeys, which is a change that I don't completely disagree with. But I decided against it because I wanted to tech this deck against Grixis, and I think playing more 2-drop creatures that die to Grixis' many removal spells is not the way to tech the deck against Grixis. And I went for the Touch the Spirit Realm route instead. I think Raph wasn't playing Wrenn either, which, I don't know. I felt like this card was pretty effective against Grixis and don't regret keeping it, but hypothetically you could play the 2-drop instead of Wrenn. I don't think that's the right way to take the deck against a deck that's mainboarding a bunch of cut downs and abrades that are otherwise not horribly relevant against you. Yeah, it's cool with O-Rings. It's cool with Restoration of Eiganjo. It's solid enough with Wedding Announcement and Hallowed Haunting. The 2-drop enchantment thingy is... It's a reasonable card that has utility in the deck. I would actually be very into playing this thing if it was a 2/3 and could block Fable tokens. Like, I would be snap on board for making that work. And if it dodged Voltage Surge. It's like that 1 point of toughness is all it takes to kind of get me just barely not on it. But, yeah, I think I'm still pretty happy with where this is at. It continues to not be the best against... We'll link up Esper with Destroy Evil. Again, I think that the people who are playing Destroy Evil just kind of haven't updated to where the meta is at, and that is not something you can do nowadays. So I expect this to actually be even more well-positioned in, like, MTGO challenges. Sideboard probably could still use some work, because I don't know that we ever used the Circle of Confinements. But... And actually came to the conclusion that I never wanted them against Grixis, that I just always wanted to touch the Spirit Realms instead. What did we ultimately decide it was for? On the draw, I wanted to cut a land, and on the play, I think I wanted to cut a Journeys? I think was what I came to the conclusion of. Do you think Tamiyo's Safekeeping is good in the sideboard for Destroy Evil? No, because, like, what are you cutting for Tamiyo's Safekeeping to protect stuff? Ultimately, what you just end up doing is inevitably cutting something that either synergizes with Hallowed Haunting or Rite of Harmony for the sake of protecting your Hallowed Haunting from removal. But that also means, like, then you're not playing your Hallowed Hauntings on curve as much. And, like... I don't think playing slower and protectively and opening up your stuff to other removal against a deck that's playing Rafine is the right thing to do. Yeah, I mean, we could cut Wedding. I don't know that I think cutting Wedding for safekeeping is actually going to result in improvement against Esper, necessarily. Not playing Haunting on curve anywhere because I make disappear. You do if they tap out, then you slam Haunting. And I think you're obligated to do that no matter what. If you have the option to. The current Esper decks do not do a super good job of holding up Make Disappear on, like, turns 3 through 5. It's teaching here because it ramps and double triggers Rite of Harmony. You mean Journeys? Because Journeys does that. Teachings is here because it double triggers Rite of Harmony and is like a creature that blocks. And that's about it. Is the attack trigger on Kirin Touch Orochi ever relevant? Yes, actually, more often than you'd think. Specifically because attacking gives you another way to trigger Rite of Harmony, and attacking making a spirit, growing Katilda, is also often relevant. Azusa Mini Journeys is the most awkward card on the list, but the times where you play it on turn 2, assuming you have enough lands in hand, and it just is the best 2-drop you could ever play on turn 2, because it isn't vulnerable to interaction in any particularly meaningful way, while also accelerating you and starting a countdown for Rite of Harmony is really good. And then the turns where you have it in play, where you have Jukai Naturalist in play, and get to Rite of Harmony and cast Azusa's Many Journeys, potentially triggering Hallowed Haunting to like be actually just 0 mana because you get to put a land into play and it only costs 1 mana. Draw multiple cards. It starts to feel real busted then. It also is like, it and Teachings are 2-drops you can play on turn 2 if you're on the play that are going to result in you being able to have something in play that blocks a Fable token. That's nice. Teachings actually gets to do that on the draw, which is why it's like the strongest 2-drop in the deck. And like, if I could, I would probably cut every wedding announcement for 3 more copies of Teachings of the Kirin if I was allowed to make any kind of single dealer nonsense change to this deck. Because it is certainly the most profitable way to actually trade with a Fable token. The second most profitable being that you can channel Touch the Spirit Realm on the draw to answer the Fable token. Cut Azusa's before wedding? Do you think? Maybe. Yeah, okay. If you're going to have more copies of Teachings of the Kirin, then Wedding Announcement also becomes just better because you're going wider. I guess I agree with that. Ugh. All right. I think that's me ready to go get lunch. No, that's not true. Well, if it's the first meal of the day and it's at 4 p.m., it counts as lunch, right? Hold on, I had Cheetos, so that was breakfast. Okay, so I had sushi for lunch. I gotta go make dinner. I gotta go figure out some kind of dinner. Did we go 10-1 with this list overall? We did. Rad. That's a pretty good day's worth of work. Alright. That is not the list of people who are streaming Magic. That is a list of nerds talking about Pokemon. So what are we gonna go raid? Who's doing standard stuff? Who actually puts the title of the format in the stream? You do. Alright. Would it be Bassy Bunny or Bassy Bunny? Either way. Standard best of 1 constructed by either Bassy Bunny or Bassy Bunny. I'm never sure which it's supposed to be. And I've given up trying to figure out how to pronounce that word. We will hop over there, say hi to them. Hope you all have a fun rest of the night, and I will probably see you all tomorrow for blue-red stuff. All right. I actually have to click this button to start the raid. That's right. Ooh. I think I might do oatmeal and bourbon. I think that might be dinner. Take care, folks.